Hello, everybody, and welcome to the season 3 finale of Mega Strikers. Oh my god, I had the stream audio fully on. The Mega Strikers Amateur Series Season 3 finale. What is up, everybody? My name is Tech. Today, I am joined by none other than Cat Kupo. Cat Kupo, how are you doing today?
Hey there. I forgot I was casting and Gumi was coaching me, but we cut that short and I'm here now, I swear. This is a I'm here now and we're gonna get to watch I believe Chikara X versus the Magical Meeps in our first game. We're starting up in winners finals.
That's right. And for the map pick in bands, the first map is actually going to be the Taiko Temple, which is the newest map in the game, something we don't see too often. So I am curious to see how these teams adapt and which goalies and comps they'll play.
Yeah, it's definitely got some really interesting things with the drums and the plate shaped I don't even remember what those are called. Barrier buttons are also pretty tough to defend, but we'll see what they end up playing here. Looks like we have a Rasmus band being hovered by Chikara X. That's aimed right at Lang over on Magical Meeps. And the Meeps band Juliet away from Elo.
Well, yeah, we'll be getting into it right now. Elo hovering the Asher right now. We're not too sure what these teams will pick, but what are some average picks that people select on this map? I know Mako is a very popular goalie, as we were just talking about a little bit off stream, but do you have any other insight on sort of which strikers most people prefer?
So there's a lot of strikers that work pretty well here, and I would say Asher is pretty high on my list compared to other places. The plate-shaped obstructions mean that her ultimate can really, really force something in, and pressing it through the goalie with her is quite easy with these smaller lanes on the sides, and we see one on both sides after both the brawlers get banned out, and we are already going here on Osas finale.
Yeah, great point. Two starting awakenings are Demolitionist and Spark of Resilience. So we're going to see some big strikers and we're going to see some strong strikers. And, we'll figure out which ones are which soon. But just like that, already, Chikara X has both barriers down and a quick goal, only 19 seconds into this first set here.
19 seconds in, only level 1s on Magical Meeps. And I think you mentioned we'll see who's strong and who's big. All the forwards are big. Every forward in this game has Demolitionist, and both goalies went with the Spark of Resilience, seeing if they can become the mayor from the goal box. Good offense pressure from Magical Meeps to get the first barrier, but a good clear from Chikara X leads us to just a single barrier situation, and some good passing on both sides.
Yeah, some great passing and the beautiful save there earlier coming out from Wavewalker as the KO just takes Magikarp off the side of the map. And now it's a little power play for the side of Magical Meeps, but look at how good of a job they're doing locking it down. But as I say that, a little bit of a caster curse, and now they're in an awkward spot with that Tofu Fortress in the top corner, but do manage to escape at the cost of both of their barriers. And here we go. Elo looking to make it work, taking a lot of damage from the forward, and will manage to stuff the core flip, however. And now Lang in a great spot with the core flip, shoots it right past Wavewalker, and things are tied up 1-1.
Wavewalker could not quite get to it. There's a lot of low energy bars now, though. Both Distatic and Lang with nothing, though Glizzlizard has all the energy that their team needs.
Yeah, here we see some Strike Wars midfield. Look at how much damage Elo's taken. Manages to burn Glizz's core flip, and look at that. Wavewalker barely managing to save that gate, as now it's just a stuff by Elo. Here comes the passing play back down and back up to Magikarp. We'll see if they're able to make it, and Elo just shooting it bottom corner. Beautiful angle, and Glizz is just not able to get there quick enough.
Yeah, that was an excellent shot there. Really tough for Glizzlizard to defend. I want to call out here, I'm seeing Magikarp and Elo switch sides every time, so these Ashers are going against each other. I wonder if that's going to be noticed by Magical Meeps. But right now, it doesn't seem to matter to them. They're just pushing through anyway. Lang is putting out so much pressure, gets the first barrier, but can't quite get the second one just yet. Although there it is, just as I say that, and great save there from Wavewalker, just keeps them alive. But both barriers still up here for Magical Meeps, and the pressure does not stop.
No, it does not. Another goal from Magical Meeps, tying up the set 2-2 already. And, you know, it seems pretty evenly matched. Both teams managing to break both the barriers, and it just snowballs right away from there. Wavewalker and Glizzlizard trying their best, but this map has very tight quarters. And, you know, when you're hitting those drums, the core just moves so quickly. And I think we'll see later on, too, when it moves to overtime, it's going to be that much harder for these goalies to defend.
Absolutely correct. It's really one of the most constricted maps. A great little tap there from Elo. Gets the last barrier for Magical Meeps for this set, but it's not over for them yet. Lang with a great flip, but an excellent save from Wavewalker. Another flip comes out, and both barriers go down. Next goal wins the first set, and there's so much pressure here from Magical Meeps. Chikara X does manage to get it back out, but they can't seem to get an offensive try of their own just quite yet.
Yeah, trying to use that projectile to score. Elo dashing forward, though, does have the core flip, but so does Glizzlizard. It might be forced to use it there. Elo burns the core flip, and look at this. Passing up with the drums. A nice snipe from Magikarp, and Glizzlizard turning into Garfield there. Turning into a cat instead of a lizard. And there we go. Look at that. Chikara X manages to take this first set. Super close.
Super close. The burst there could have changed everything. Glizzlizard won't let that happen again, especially because Magikarp gets the built different over Lang now, and there's going to just always be this bigger Asher over here on the side of Chikara X. Although Lang does pick up the Timeless Creator, and we do have Magikarp grabbing Among Titans, meaning that wow, actually, Elo is just getting so much bigger all of a sudden, and how do you deal with that?
Yeah, I mean, Elo is doing such a good job locking down that bottom half, even against a Juno blob, and sometimes for two, like, being able to win like a 2 versus 1 already without that size awakening. And here we see does get past them. Wavewalker not able to save that second one, as that angle off the drum is so awkward. Magikarp with the teleport almost making it work, but not quick enough. Here's the strike war back and forth between Lang and Magikarp, just trying to get it past, trying to create pressure for that goalie, and a nice snipe, but a good save from Glizzlizard. We'll keep things alive for just that much longer.
Yeah, this has been such excellent defense here from Glizzlizard, and over time, Elo's health has been worn down. Manages to go back and get that orb, but can they actually get enough here? Distatic is not. Glizzlizard does not want them to lose with their burst up again, and that just means it bounces off the bottom and gets straight past them. A rough angle, an excellent shot from Elo, and the first point of the second set goes over to Chikara X.
Oh no, and that's what's so scary about Taiko Temple. As soon as you hit those drums, you never know where they're gonna go. We've seen so many barriers being taken down by Wavewalker, and an amazing save there from Glizzlizard preventing the double. But the Tofu Fortress not working out, they both go down anyway. But yeah, these angles are something you have to watch out for, because it can turn so quickly, and a beautiful stun from Magikarp lets that core slide right through the net.
Yeah, that was so rough. Distatic and Lang both used their core flips, didn't get anything. Lang doesn't have any energy, and Elo is sitting at full here, but that's okay with the Magical Meeps. They are still pushing forward, and they are the ones who managed to get the puck in between those plates for the strong double barrier. Though Chikara X do manage to push it out and get the first one. Great shot from Magikarp there, but an amazing roll from Glizzlizard actually keeps that barrier safe. I did not expect that. Distatic is filling the bottom of this map up with blobs. Magikarp is almost dead, vanishes directly into their own goal, but can the Magical Meeps make something of this power play? And as I say that, Lang puts it right past Wavewalker into the bottom corner.
Yeah, nice bounce off that bottom corner makes things impossible for Wavewalker to try to save that. And I'm liking the passing from the offensive side of Magical Meeps. You know, they're doing such a good job utilizing those Juno blobs, and they managed to get away with the double barrier. But we saw that last round. The only difference was that Static had the Juno blob behind the 2 gates. So we can tell they're at least setting up things for the future. And if they keep it up, they're going to do a great job. But down in this set 2-1 and down in the match 1 set, they have to figure things out. They have to try to get it past, and they have the core flips to do it, but not if Elocool is just going to sit there and block everything.
Yeah, Elo really just running roughshod over them in the bottom. Starts to lose health, but Wave Walker's ult keeps him up. It's really tough for Magical Meeps to get a good offensive try, but here's Lang with a core flip right next to the goal and puts it past Wave Walker. It's 2-2 again. Magical Meeps do not want to go down 2 sets in this first game here.
No, they don't. And that was a nice play there from Lang. We saw them use that ultimate ability, kind of clear out some space, make sure that Wave Walker can't walk into it, and just really pave the way for the core to go in there. And look at this. You see so many times Elo is just almost able to win these like 3 versus 1 situations. They're being very calm and collected with the way they strike the core, and they are winning the micro games more often than not.
They absolutely are, but these Juno blobs are also a little bit tough for Chikara X to deal with. Great block there from Gliz on Elo's core flip. These Juno blobs are taking up so much real estate and slowly dragging their health down, and it doesn't seem like they can deal with them. A flip from Lang and no strike because of a stun, but great saves here from Gliz Lizard means that the barrier does not go down. Same thing for the burst. Static is there for their goalie, and amazing defense on this last barrier. Magical Meeps keep it up, and that long wait doesn't actually cost Chikara X. They do get it back out off of a couple of clears here, but there's so much pressure, and there we go. 2 kills, in fact. Lang killed Wave Walker, and I believe Elo went down to Gliz Lizard's ult, possibly, or Distatic's blob, but either way, that's the second set to Magical Meeps, and it's gonna be a close one, I think, here.
Yeah, ending that set with a bang, and we'll see if any awakenings change the game. 1-2 punch on Distatic is actually pretty big. One of Juno's better awakenings there, and here we see Elo about to be absolutely massive. 3 size awakenings with that Demolitionist, Build Different, and now Big Fish. I believe that's 80% larger than the default size, so that is about to be huge. And also Magikarp getting the Chrono Boost is also a pretty big deal.
Just look at Elo next to Lang. You can see that size difference. That looks like that sort of looks like what Dubu used to look like, honestly, but it's the same character.
That's 5'11" versus 6 foot.
You're absolutely right. How could I misunderstand? That blob right there in between the plates gets the double barrier again, and that's so much pressure. The 1-2 on Juno is going to create so much speed on this core. Can they get it back out past this Asher ult from Elo? A burst from Gliz Lizard and great defense, but oh no! I think Elo bursted and got a barrier, but Wave Walker just wasn't ready for the bounces it would take.
Oh no, that drum speeds it up so quick. I believe it hit that top drum. I'm not too sure, but either way, way too fast for Wave Walker to react to. An unfortunate situation, but that's just the nature of Taiko Temple. And we see how suffocating it is when you have a Juno, you have projectiles, you have blobs, and you just have so much utility to be able to stuff the core right past Wave Walker. And it's so difficult with that obstacle in the middle, you know, like we see a Juno blob just able to win out and maintain an entire side, like just like that. It's basically a 2v1 in whichever lane you want to go to, but somehow Elo is still making it work, just striking the core over and over like he has no cooldowns whatsoever.
Ooh.
But now he has none.
Oh my gosh. He'll have his cooldowns now when he comes back, but only if he makes it back in time here. And he will not. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Magical Meeps with a 3-0 in the third set, Tech.
Yeah, things completely changed once they got these awakenings, and they're about to get a few more. That twin drive Asher and 1-2 Juno just putting in work. And now with Glizzlizard even being a little bit quicker with that glass cannon, it's just going to make things that much easier to save. And we know that they can do it, as we've seen them hit some pixel perfect saves in the previous rounds. But
oh no,
thankfully there's no more size awakenings for Elo to take. Otherwise they might just fill the entire game.
Yeah, there's no more size awakenings, but they did take. But the thing is, Elo took Stagger Swagger, and that means Distatic has now grabbed 1-2 Hot Shot Juno. So no. Quite some power coming out of Magical Meeps all of a sudden. Elo will be able to recover from Stagger more often, but will that matter? Can they even block the core? Wow, Glizzlizard absolutely can. Does not let that barrier drop. Excellent play in such close quarters. It took a while, but Elo does manage to get it. That size coming in handy and that core flip putting it away. But there's quite a lot of power here on Magical Meeps right now.
Yeah, you're having to burn everything just to get it past Glizzlizard, you know? That's a testament to their defense, and with their awakenings right now, a beautiful snipe by Magikarp with that ult there, making things work out. But look at how many Juno blobs are down, and look at how fast the core is moving. It's so difficult to play against that many Juno blobs, because you don't know which one is just going to send it directly into your barriers. And Elo doing a nice job using that primary to get it through, and that's one way to score. Just take out Glizzlizard, and things seem to turn in favor of Chikara X, as now they're up 2-0 in this set.
Yeah, Chikara X is making quite a run here in this set. I was also going to just point out, before that, Magikarp and Wavewalker were both still level 6, while Elo's level 10. It's quite a disparity between the two teams, and even the players on the one team, but an amazing double barrier from Elo shows that, you know what, he's earning those levels. And there goes Lang off the top. Oh no, a slightly missed dash there from Magikarp, but it does not matter. Elo is able to push it in past Glizz, and you know, I said it last time, I'll say it again, a quick 3-0 that I wasn't really expecting.
Yeah, we saw them trading back and forth in the first two sets, and now they're both just dumpstering each other. I mean, we saw Wavewalker just take Lang to Sparkington City off the side of the map, and we've seen actually a lot from Magikarp using that prime time, not to necessarily kill, but just to stun Glizzlizard. And, you know, that also resets that little speed boost coming out from that glass cannon. But some more awakenings here, and now Magikarp is going to be able to teleport across the entire map with that Chrono Aerials combo.
That Chrono Aerials combo is really big. I did see Glizzlizard have to deny Wavewalker from being the true Master of Sparks. The only one they're missing there is the speed that Glizzlizard just picked up, and that could be an issue because they are running Pauldrons instead of Glizzlizard's momentum boots. But Lang's health is vanishing, and it's a little bit tough to heal up when you don't have the Atlas on your team. Though, amazing defense here from the Magical Meeps yet again. Glizzlizard and Distatic are combining to really stop a lot of the aggression that Elo is able to put out with the support from Magikarp. But oh, there's that 1-2 from Juno. That core is moving a million miles an hour, but it only gets one barrier, at least for now.
Yeah, somehow Elo and Wavewalker are able to lock that down, but now we're going to move into overtime in a few seconds, and that core is going to move even faster, having to deal with these monumentalist Juno blobs that cover almost the entire gate with their size. But the core flip coming out from Glizzlizard, stuffed by Elo, and there we go. Chikara X up 1 point, 2 points away from moving on to the second match in this winners final. Both of these teams are undefeated. They made the run 7-0 up into this point right now, and now is where it is do or die. You want that advantage going into the second map of this best of 3. And here we go. Elo doing a good job trying to get it past Glizzlizard, and Magikarp is in there taking so much damage though. Has to run back. We'll get healed up by that Atlas, and Elo uses the core flip actually, and that Asher is able to secure it. The pass to the Juno Blob is the static credited with the goal, 1-1 in this winners final.
Monumental's Juno Blob is a big target, and Lang was absolutely able to find it. It was put in such a great spot there by Static. They had such a good angle, great clear, but Chikara X immediately pushing forward. They are really putting a lot of pressure down immediately. Glizzlizard doing his absolute best, and his absolute best is doing quite a lot. The primary here for Magikarp does not quite get it. There's a small clear, but it goes straight back into the side of Magical Meeps. Chikara X is not letting them get a moment of respite here. And off the drum means that oh my gosh, that core flip stays up again, and that could prove to be costly. Oh, but a great save from Glizzlizard keeps it going, and Lang gets the first barrier. Can we see Magical Meeps turn this point around, Tag?
We might be able to. Glizzlizard does have the core flip. It's going to be difficult. Here comes the stuff once again, but it's just too much. The patience coming out from Elo and Magikarp will be able to stuff Glizzlizard. And, you know, Glizzlizard called them out last time and was trying to figure out, will they instantly try to strike the core? But the patience on both of the Chikara X offensive side is just so much. We see Elo having such good accuracy with the strike, somehow always managing to get it around to Static despite all of the Juno Blobs and obstacles in their way. And they've been doing a really good job finding each other passing. But speaking of finding, Magical Meeps finds the first barrier, and the barriers are all tied up, but pressure is mounting towards this right side. And there we go, both the barriers down. Now is where things get scary, as the core is going to start moving quicker. There's the Tofu Fortress. Lang almost able to cut it off, but somehow Wavewalker able to get out of it, put in the 1v1, but using this utility perfectly as Magikarp barely survives with their life on the top side.
Oh my goodness, it's so close there. Oh no, can't quite get... can't quite connect on that burst, and that primary from Magikarp means that Glizzlizard burst can't even be used. A burst from Static as well, can't get it past Wavewalker. Wavewalker's burst also comes up. Glizzlizard also has burst, hopefully gonna use it here if he needs it. Doesn't need it just yet, but they can't get it past Magikarp. Oh my goodness, this core is moving so fast. The flip is used, they get it back out past Elo, but oh no. So much pressure here going back and forth in overtime. This is anyone's game, and then Glizzlizard moves just a bit too far forward, commits to that log, and Elo finds the top corner. Chikara X wins game 1 of this best of 3, but if that game was anything to judge the rest of this series on, it's gonna be a close one.
Oh man, Wavewalker with that secondary, barely managing to save that Castellas, being the key difference maker in that last point, as that barricade was able to stay up just long enough to block the core. And a beautiful showing from these two teams. Chikara X coming out on top, trying to show that they're the best team and they want to keep Chikara in this winners final and move into the grand finals. I mean, an insane showing. And if we look at Elo, credited with 8 goals and 3 of the assists, with so many shots. I mean, 83 shots on net, 217 redirects, and they were just winning so many strike wars and putting it in the perfect place to follow up. So I think if we're looking for an MVP of that match, as the game also calculated, I'd give that one to Elo.
Yeah, it was absolutely Elo there. I do want to give a little shout out here. First of all, to Glizzlizard for those 90 saves, 200 redirects. Amazing work there in the net. But I wasn't really looking for all this damage, but somehow Static did 43,000 damage with those Juno Blobs.
Oh, man.
If the Magical Meeps could have capitalized on that damage a bit more, then I think they could have won this game. But there were some situations, like that huge stack there with the 5 people in Magical Meeps goal, where there just wasn't really an angle for them to clear it out. It was just win this strike war, and they couldn't quite do it. So I'm really excited to see game 2, which I heard from a little birdie was going to be on Otten City.
That's true. Of course, this first map, Taiko Temple was actually Chikara X's pick, and they won it. So you know what that means. Obviously, the script says, let me read over here, put on my reading glasses. Yeah, Otten City, I think Magical Meeps are going to win this next one and take it to map 3. But Otten City, a much larger map, and when we look at Taiko Temple, it's so suffocating, the huge box in the middle, and with the Juno blob, so hard to get it past either lane. It's sort of like an IME's app type deal. But Otten City, it's wide open. There's not a lot of places you can hide, and if there's any faults in either of these defenses or offenses, I think this is the map that is going to show it off. But let's hop into it. Otten City, Chikara X versus Magical Meeps. Chikara X, if they win this, they make it right through to the grand final.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see if we get double Ashers again here, if we get the same bans, but no, immediately the ban is changing to Juno. The map is too wide open, but that does mean, I believe, that Erasmus will be up and available, and Wave Walker's Atlas is actually the ban choice here. Really interested to see that. I'm interested to see if Lang pulls out this Rasmus that we've been seeing. Elo does appear to be sticking with the Asher. I wonder what the starting awakenings are. We do see that Rasmus immediately, and the Asher Estelle forwards come back again from Chikara X. There was so much good primary and secondary uses from Magikarp in that last game, just putting so much pressure. And these teams look a lot alike. Asher got a little bit of a makeover into Rasmus, but other than that, looking the same. Wonder if we're seeing a Chrono Boost. There is a rapid fire fight or flight start. That's super interesting.
That is very interesting. I can see why the Estelle was picked for sure. Obviously, rapid fire being such a good awakening for them as they both try to make use of it instantly off the kickoff. And I think Otten City is one of the maps where, kickoffs are surprisingly important. Just because of the space, the one barrier, it's so easy to actually take the barrier off the kickoff if the goalie is just sitting in the wrong spot.
Sitting in the wrong spot, or even in the right spot if the Estelle primary manages to push it past him just like that. Magikarp gets the barrier as well for Chikara, and Glizz can't quite get up there. If Glizz Lizard had Wave Walker's momentum boots, then he would have been able to get up there, but he has eject button instead, a slightly more aggressive choice that I'm interested to see if he can make use of. But immediately, Lang with a primary, there goes the barrier.
Yeah, there goes the barrier indeed. It's a big one, and it's easy to lose, and especially when you have two characters that are able to strike it forward with almost projectile-like aspects to it. And Lang trying to get that self-pass, not able to get that to work, but Elo will throw the alt ad to Static, just winning the strike wars, and Wave Walker doing a good job getting it around Lang. Does not want to let in the easy goals, but here comes the stuff attempt. The Giga will save it and actually bring Lang down to such low HP as Elo hits the core flip on them. And here they are once again winning so many strikes, even the core flip stuff. And here comes the shot, not close enough, a little bit far away there. And we go Magikarp looking to pass it upfield. Both of these barriers are down, and Glizz Lizard, the eject button, not self-passing it, and Elo once again finding the corner of the net. 2-0 right now, and Chikara X are kind of running away with the set.
Chikara X are looking very strong. It looks, frankly, like Elo sort of has started to download Glizz Lizard on these saves, and on these core flips especially. Really good reactions, really good reads, but this is such an open map, and it's so easy for them to come right back, and there we go. Lang with a burst, just waits, gets Wave Walker's burst and the barrier, and with a great chance here, but a good save from Wave Walker. Just Static can't quite get it, and we're still just sitting here. This barrier is staying up for Magical Meeps this time longer. Glizz Lizard with a great primary manages to push it right back past but can they really get it out? It's been sitting in Magical Meep's territory for quite some time, and they still haven't been able to get it out. They just keep pushing it back in. There's a core flip. It's finally out, and wow, Lang immediately dribbles it right off the wall, gets that primary, puts it in past Wavewalker, and what an excellent defense there for Magical Meeps.
Man, if that's what you have to do to get it past Wavewalker, I'm scared for Magical Meeps. I mean, we saw how many abilities they had to use just to get it past, and Glizzlers are doing an insane job locking it down. Chikara X has such strong passing on forward, but here we go. Both barriers actually falling within the span of a few seconds as Elo trying to get it past. Wavewalker has to be careful not to get stunned, not to stand too close to the goal, because we almost saw them get sniped out by the Estelle earlier. Elo with the self pass, such low HP, goes for the orb to try to heal, but gets taken out by the static, and Lang just shoots it in the bottom of the net.
Oh, I was looking at Lang fighting Magikarp for the core, and I just heard Distatic kill Elo. I didn't even see it. But the end result is 2-2 yet again. We're back in familiar territory, at least for this series. And immediately, Magical Meep's barrier goes down, but Lang has a decent offensive opportunity here. Rasmus ult keeps it in, and keeps it in again. They are... Wow, the core flip gets rid of Magikarp as well. Can they get this in the 3v2? It seems like they should be able to, but they haven't been able to yet. Amazing defense here from Wavewalker and Elo, and they do manage to get through it. Although immediately, as soon as I say that, there goes the barrier. Both goals open. This could be the end of this set if somebody gets a goal, but nothing here. Elo has the core flip, rapidly approaching. There's the Asher ultimate, but the Kai primary is enough. Distatic doesn't quite get enough of it with the Rasmus primary, but we're resetting a little bit, and overtime is coming, Tech.
Yeah, overtime is here, and now things are super scary. We see how quick the core is moving, and Magikarp not able to do it. The beautiful snipe by the Static to pass it off the corner to Lang. Somehow Magical Meeps clawed their way back this set, and Lang going to be the MVP there. First pick in this Awakening draft. That's a huge comeback. A sort of reverse sweep for just this set. And what do we see? Well, a lot of great Awakenings for Rasmus. Will opt for the Demolitionist. Not too surprised, as, you know, size Awakenings are some of the best things you can have for Rasmus. But one thing that's scary, Elo with Quick Strike. I mean, they don't even need it, and they can still somehow outstrike two people. So what they can do with this, I'm pretty terrified.
Yeah, it's really interesting watching this draft because Magical Meeps got to pick first in both of the mirror matchups. Glizzlers with Chrono Boost versus Wavewalker's Super Surge is pretty similar, but the Egoist from Distatic versus the Among Titans from Magikarp is very, very different, and it doesn't seem to matter. That small size is fine with Magikarp. Just give it to the Asher, give it to Elo, give it to Wavewalker, let them do something with it. But what they did with it is not too much there. Wavewalker's primary animation makes him get stuck in it, and Lang manages with a great Rasmus secondary to push it in off the top for a first goal for Magical Meeps.
Yeah, it's a nice little mix-up. You know, you expect them to shoot it off the bottom, but instead it just delays it just that little bit of time, makes it that much harder for Wavewalker. And look at that defense from Glizzlizard, somehow saving 2 of those, but 3 is too many, and Elo has to try to dodge that Rasmus Death Touch there. Or Hook rather, manages to save it. And look at how good Elo is at finding these cracks in the forwards on the side of Magical Meeps. I mean, they're able to just pass it through the eye of a needle at this point. Elo with the quick strike dribbles, not working out yet, but the 2 core flips, surely the barrier goes down, and finally it does. Magikarp has it, but not quick enough. Staggered, and it's scary in that corner. There's a core flip and immediately stuffed out. I'm not even sure who by, but here comes the dribbles. The core flip into the top corner. Glizz manages to save his core flip, and it goes in off the corner from the Static. Somehow Magical Meeps finding another goal. And look at this. They are up 2-0. And will it be a repeat of last game? Will Chikara X be able to come back and somehow reverse sweep this set?
Oh my gosh, Tech, these teams keep seeming to mirror each other in a lot of ways, but we'll see. Magical Meeps have so much pressure, but Chikara X have the barrier and have the goal immediately as soon as I start talking. Great shot there from Magikarp. That's so tough to deal with, as Glizzlizard didn't even have enough to evade it actually, so it was impossible to deal with. But we'll see. Lang immediately pushing up here for Magical Meeps, and there's a barrier just as quick. 5 seconds, don't need much time. Great passing up here. Can they get it in? That primary is not quite enough, but Lang is able to just get it straight into the bottom corner. And for the first time, I believe in this series, a team is up 2 sets.
Yeah, that's so important by Lang, just waiting out the 2 strikes and managing to win it and take another set here. I mean, Magical Meeps have to take this to a game 3 if they want to make it to the grand finals and avoid the losers bracket against the other Chikara teams. As we know, there's 2 Chikaras in the losers bracket currently, but here's the Awakening Draft. Aerials on the Rasmus, partially to deny, and also, you know, that extra speed is so helpful, and that extra projectiles just help yeet the opponents off the side of the map. Hot shot and extra special on the respective Estelles. That is pretty solid for both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. No one really getting blanked out. No one really getting bad awakenings in these drafts, at least not yet. But a lot of pressure here from Chikara X does get that first barrier away from Magical Meeps, but just as quickly, Magical Meeps grab a barrier as well. The Rasmus hook pulls it back, but not quite fast enough. But it's really tough here. There's so much power here for Magical Meeps. And a great save from Glizzlizard even burns Elo's burst. That's going to be really tough. A great dribble there from Lang. They're putting so much pressure here. Wow, Elo gets demolished by the Estelle primary. Distatic really knew exactly where they needed to put that one, but an amazing save from Wavewalker means that this point is still going. Elo gets to come back up. The burst from Magikarp is used. Distatic has this egoist speed running up there. 2 bursts available for Magical Meeps, just 1, but there it is, and there it is in the top side of the goal. Great shot from Distatic.
Yeah, Distatic threading the needle there of the defenders, somehow making it work. You know, at one point, all 3 players had the core flip on the side of Magical Meep, so I kind of knew it was over there, at least for the barrier and definitely for the goal. And here we go. Look at these strike wars, and Distatic is doing such a good job at cutting off these passes with their Rose Warp, just making it that much harder to clear the core, and they're constantly 2v1ing over and over again. But a nice pass once again cut off, this time by Lang, as they dance their way around Wavewalker, and they're 1 point away from taking it to game 3.
Chikara X picked Taiko Temple and Magical Meeps picked Otten City, and they are showing us why they like this map. It seems like they are putting out so much pressure. Even with the barrier down, they're managing great defenses, and they're getting Chikara X's barrier quite well. Though, as I say that, of course, Elo manages to get Magical Meeps barrier off the map quite quickly, and there's a goal. As if to make me stop talking, Tech.
It always happens. I'm like, let's hop into some analysis, and then it's just a quick strike dribble pass off the top corner. Like, come on, what do you want me to do? But yeah, nice goal from them. Elo's been doing such a good job with the self passes, and Magikarp also has been trying to cut off the core a lot more this half we've seen, or at least this set. And there's a nice pass over to Lang, not able to get the barrier off it. Elo has to be careful there, almost taken off the top, and the core flip puts it away. This time Elo's the one to split the defense, and here we are, a tied set. Chikara X has to win this if they want to stay in this match, and or at least if they want to win this match and take it 2-0. But both of these teams are fighting as hard as they can to make their path that much easier, and the core in the corner is not where you want to be against Lang, as he could take it right here. Just has to win the strike war, and Static manages to get the teleport. Magical Meeps will tie this series up 1-1, and we're heading to a map 3.
Yeah, that was such pressure there from Magical Meeps. They looked way more comfortable on an open map. But I say that, but Taiko Temple was so close. They almost took it away from Shikara X, and that would have meant the series if they played like this in this game. 9 goals to 5 isn't that big of a margin, but it really felt like in those clutch moments, Magical Meeps was able to find those clears, those passes, and just put it in. And once again, Distatic on a midfielder has the highest damage in the game.
Yeah, I mean, with that rapid fire, I feel like I can't be too surprised about that. That 40k able to just do a lot, you know, stunning the goalie, managing to hit multiple players at a time, and even KO. I mean, we saw 3 KOs coming out on the side of Magical Meeps, whereas, you know, Chikara X didn't manage to get any KOs that entire set, which, you know, makes things pretty difficult. But I think one of the largest adaptations was actually the Atlas ban. I mean, we saw on Taiko Temple Wavewalker on that Atlas able to just put down that secondary, and we just saw Lang striking the core into it over and over and over again, as it just wouldn't go away with that cast to last. So, you know, making sure you pick a striker that has that lingering ability, able to help out more on those maps. But when you're up against the Rasmus, there's only so much Kai can do before it gets struck around you.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see how, if that Atlas ban continues, because, you know, speak of the devil, we're heading straight to Atlas's lab for the third game, and Atlas's secondary is really good at protecting those barriers. So I wonder if they'll keep that ban up. I wonder what we're going to see. I wonder what awakenings there are, and I wonder who's going to make it to grand finals from winners here, Tech. It looks like it could be either team.
We shall see. It's going to be either one of these teams' first loss of, you know, this series 3 here. But here we are, Atlas Lab. Looks like Wavewalker doesn't want to deal with the Rasmus. We saw what happened last time. I'm wondering if these are target bans based on the previous maps, or if these are more sort of awakening focused. I mean, we see the Rasmus and Atlas ban. Obviously, both of these strikers have been standouts during the last 2 matches. You know, the Atlas locking it down on Taiko Temple, and the Rasmus just stuffing the core through on Aten City. So we will see Atlas Lab match 3, what both of these teams will pick. It seems like they're staying with similar comps.
Oh no, they're staying with similar comps. I wonder if we're seeing a full mirror here. We're seeing the Dubu from Wavewalker for the first time. We saw Glizzlizard on that Dubu, and that's the last pick. We do have a slight difference. The Kai from Glizzlizard, I assume. I shouldn't speak too much too quickly. It could be an Asher goalie, but no. It is. That is a Timeless Creator Chrono Boost start. Everyone on Magical Meeps with Chrono Boost, Timeless Creators on Wavewalker and Elo, really looking to put some pressure down and not allow them to get space on this map. But right as we start, Glizzlizard is way up there, even without the eject button on, and their health is quite low too.
Yeah, they almost lose their life playing a little aggressive. You know, they were mainly using that eject button defensively on the last map, and there's a little beautiful self-pass there by Magikarp. But, you know, we see the eject button sort of being used more offensively. Glizzlizard has to try to make things work, wants to step up and help that offensive pressure that they had that last game. But there we go, Elo taking so much damage from that section in the middle, and there comes the Timeless Tofu Fortress. I wish I had one of those because I'm pretty hungry.
I'm really wondering right now if Elo is running into the black hole on purpose. It kind of seems like it. Last time it went straight into it, but that time it definitely was not. Distatic was the one that time. But oh, Glizzlizard cannot read Elo's shot off that burst. Goes for a Giga upwards, but Elo shoots it down. Gets the first point here for Shikara X, and we are off to the races.
Yeah, I like the read there. You know, Elo just chooses to shoot it right at him because, you know, who would expect that? Somehow manages to make Glizzlizard fall for it. Ends up dropping down, trying to use that Giga to secure the top, and a beautiful strike war win there from Elo, and Wavewalker with that Tofu Fortress manages to get out of that one unscathed somehow. But that little misstrike for Magikarp makes it that much harder for Wavewalker. There's the primary coming out from Estelle, not working out, and the center expanse will be popped. And Lang is also popped, now cracked with the core flip, has to use it right away into the teleport, but somehow Wave Walker with the core flip managing to lock that down. And here's the core flip pass. Elo looking for it, has to win the strike war, but can do it against Glizzlizard again. I feel like this core flip is actually Glizzlizard's kryptonite, as Elo is just able to dunk it every single time.
Yeah, I remember at the beginning of this series we were saying Garfield to Glizzlizard and he didn't burst, but every time he bursts where Elo is nearby, it doesn't seem to work out. And while I was talking about that, I believe Lang just vanished from the black hole and some other damage. Great forward pressure here from Chikara X. And eventually Lang comes back up, but the damage is done. Both barriers are down, although Distatic with that Estelle secondary gets a double barrier of their own. But while I'm talking about that, Magikarp with a great primary pushes it right past Glizzlizard, and Chikara X takes the first set pretty quickly.
Damn, the absolute mix-up from Magikarp somehow manages to send that in the top corner. Ankles deleted as, you know, Chikara X will take this first one 3-0, but do not count Magical Meeps out. We keep seeing them able to just like 3-0 the next set after getting 3-0'd. So this is a little scary. Again, Magikarp somehow gets among Titans. Yeah, they get it every single set.
You know, some people really don't want that smaller strike hitbox, and I understand, but sometimes you just gotta get used to it. The thing I'm really interested there was Elo first picked Spark of Agility. Very interesting choice with things like Fight or Flight and Egoist and Peak Performance. But you know what? If you want to be mayor, maybe that's the way. Maybe you think if you're gonna lose this game, it's gonna be a huge comeback. And you know what? Just get the sparks for insurance. I like the idea. Magical Meeps get a barrier here finally. Chikara X gets it out though, and a great try there from Magikarp, but Glizzlizard is there to defend. But can you defend this? Elo is right there. Distatic with a good primary manages to prevent the situation altogether, and that timeless Dubu wall is up and waiting, preventing any more offensive pressure there. Good clear from Glizzlizard again. A lot of really solid back and forth here, but Wave Walker still has that barrier entering overtime, and that immediately goes wrong as soon as I say something about it. But Distatic has Egoist again as well. It's talking about things people picked up last time. Runs up there, doesn't use the burst, just threatens, and Lang is able to, I believe, Asher's secondary Wave Walker and get that puck in. The first goal here for Magical Meeps of this game.
Yeah, Wave Walker trying to be patient there, trying to wait out as long as they could, but Lang had other plans, so they're just able to dash in and dunk it. And Distatic still has the core flip, as now does Glizzlizard, the double barrier off it too. A beautiful shot from them, and now things are turning the way of Magical Meeps as Lang gets core flip too. If we can see the pass forward, Lang might be able to have a beautiful angle. And there's the pass, shoots in top corner, but the summer assault from Wave Walker managing to lock down that net. Here's the flip coming out from Magikarp. Gets one, but it's going to be an absolute trek to get this second one, as, oh no, the middle comes up at just the wrong time for the side of Chikara X, and everyone on such low HP. Both of these forwards here, and Glizzlizard has his work cut out for him. There's the ult coming out from Distatic, almost managing to dunk it. Wave Walker is there though, and the passing over and over, the stun, not enough to secure this barrier, but finally it drops. Now it's stuck on the side of Magical Meeps. The center is up though. The defense has to be perfect, and the snipe from Distatic sends it right past Wave Walker. They're up 2-0 in the second set here, looking to tie things up.
Overtime and a great snipe from Distatic means that this 2-0 is coming in for Magical Meeps. I'm interested, Tech, I'd love for you to keep your eyes on something that I've been keeping my eyes on. I have not seen Glizzlizard go back to the eject button once. No. I don't know if this is a gameplay decision or I'm not really sure what that is, but it's just very interesting. Pressure here for Magical Meeps. Again, that core flip comes out from Disstatic, and because of the Egoist, they're already third of the way back there. But one down for each, and very offensive Dubu wall. But the Magical Meeps are able to withstand it. Glizzlizard has Burst running up there. Doesn't do anything with it, just playing defensively. That's okay. A lot of damage suddenly goes on to Elo, and a great dive there. But the primary from Glizzlizard is able to deflect
Oh no.
Oh no! Able to deflect the
Oh.
burst, the barrier goes down on a really slow roller, and Disstatic jumps in, and you called this. Magical Meeps, after getting 3-0'd, 3-0 him right back.
Oh, I feel so bad for Wave Walker, you know, being patient, just waiting to strike, but Dubu's big body covering up the front of that circle, so they're not sure where it is and what the timing is. That's so unfortunate. I thought for sure there that Chikara X were going to be able to score on that offense, but we saw all three players just in the net locking things down for Magical Meeps. It's hard to score with three goalies, and any interesting awakenings here coming out?
Yeah, I see Disstatic taking big fish away from Elo, who sees two sparks there, focus and resilience, and decides on resilience. Also, Glizzlizard with hotshot specialized training. Look for some very interesting Giga clears possibly. And the Deadeye on Magikarp is quite deadly if the damage is already down. And the only damage down right now, though, is one barrier. Now, too, but that is okay. We are here in this third set of winners finals, and this is such a close game. I'm so glad to be able to watch this and cast this. There's so much pressure here for Magical Meeps. Clearing it is so tough, but as soon as they clear it, they get a really good opportunity. The timeless Asher ult is there. Lifeguard duty is now, but Lang manages to get it right back out. There's that specialized, but it can't quite do anything. Wave Walker's big Dubu wall, that soup, that tofu fortress, pushes the core past Glizzlizard for the first goal for Chikara X.
Yeah, nice little goalie goal there. You know, we don't see goalies score all too often, especially if Wave, or if Glizzlizard rather, isn't using this eject button offensively, you know. One thing I think the reason why they can't use that is just look at the offense from the side of Chikara X. I mean, there's so many beautiful rotations coming out, especially when you see the Estelle teleport, but a barrier will go down immediately. And now Lang's in the corner. Thankfully, Wave Walker able to clear it out fairly easily, but not when you're dead. Lang uses that dash to take out Wave Walker and score a goal. Sent out the little Imy shock there.
Yeah, that was a big point there for Lang to score. Great kill on Wave Walker, resets that energy. Glizzlizard actually got the bottom barrier and gets it again, this time with that big specialized Giga Blast. But one barrier apiece is fine as long as you can keep it up, but Magical Meeps cannot. Disstatic can't get it past Elo. A burst goes down from Magikarp for nothing, but oh no, no burst, no energy means no problem for Lang, who's able to get that kill, push forward on this 3v2, get the barrier, and can Magical Meeps secure it on this power play? No, Magikarp comes back. Glizzlizard using that primary to make sure that there's still forward pressure, and that Giga Blast is scary but doesn't quite put it in, but it does go in after some bouncing around in there. A great pass there from Glizzlizard and a great finish for Lang.
Yeah, and that Giga managed to save the barrier from Glizzlizard earlier. Not too sure if everyone saw it, but it pushed Magikarp just out of the way to where that primary couldn't land. But look at the movement from them. Somehow managing to get the bottom one after all the mix-ups. But the Giga absolutely dunking after the double barrier take. Glizzlizard is using that specialized hotshot to the absolute best of their ability. Somehow Magical Meeps just taking that set 3-1.
Yeah, I was saying stuff about Glizzlizard not using eject button, and Glizzlizard got At least two barriers, a goal, a great assist in that one, and immediately Lang picks up the Demolitionist, which is going to be really dangerous. Glizzlizard also gets the rapid fire, just honestly seems just as good. Team player over there for Wavewalker goes with the quick strike for Elo. A super surge goes to Distatic this time. That huge Estelle dash is going to be on Magical Meeps. But Magikarp gets prime time, and that is nothing to sneeze at either. A good draft for everybody.
Yeah, and one thing you might notice, Magikarp did get the prime time, and we've seen them use prime time and rapid fire so well because they just use it to stun people and end up taking strike wars off that. And look at this, almost the double burial, gets one, gets the second, and look at this, Magikarp now in a good situation to try to 1v1, but Elo not large enough to get it through. Oh no, the strike hits the corner just too far away to make that work, but now Kai without the barrage, sitting essentially naked in net as Magikarp tries to pass it forward, but Elo actually gets taken out, and now things are scary for Chikara X. That Tofu Fortress will manage to get things out as the Summer Assault somehow secures it against the two. Glizzlizard, though, is in the right position to read that. Magikarp does have the core flip, though. You have to try to make it work. Here we go. There's the snipe to pass it up. The Giga somehow passes it to Lang, who gets the barrier, and now things are scary. This Stell ult from the static dunks it through the net, and Magical Meep somehow take that, and what I thought surely was a Chikara X goal.
I thought that was surely a Chikara X goal too, because I thought Distatic disconnected there for a second, just standing there, but then suddenly springs back to life at the exact opportune moment to finish it off. Here's the burst, gets one barrier, puts pressure on the second, but pushed away from that primary. Giga clears it, and unfortunately Lang's burst does not quite get that last barrier. Chikara X with a should count themselves lucky there, but immediately Magical Meep score anyway. A burst from Glizzlizard, but again Elo stuffs Glizzlizard's bursts like he's been doing it all day. A dribble offside, and a great shot from Lang means Magical Meeps are 1 point away from the winner side of Grand Finals and stopping Chikara supremacy here, Tech.
Oh man, Lang with the beautiful self pass, just making it work. There's not much you can do if you're Wave Walker, and now it's set point. It's game point. This is do or die for Chikara X right now, and it looks like they might die if Lang can keep taking barriers like this. There's the one waiting things out. The Tofu Fortress, though, will save this one for just a little bit. We can see how long it lasts, and a great read by the Static, but Wave Walker able to win that strike war. There's the core flip to take one, and Glizzlizard passing it to the Static. A scary choice as here comes the core flip. Lang able to take that second barrier, but things are a little scary now. Lang with such low HP, somehow getting turned around though as Elo has to try to fight for their life. The Static has the core flip, and the dunk by Glizzlizard will take it. Magical Meeps moving on to the grand finals, winning this best of 3 and sending Chikara X to the losers bracket.
When I pointed out that specialized training on Glizzlizard, I was not expecting it to have the kind of impact it did. I thought it was an interesting one, maybe get a kill with it, but that specialized hot shot from Glizzlizard was doing so much work. 2 goals, great assist from Glizzlizard, the most redirects on his team. That was such a performance I did not expect to see coming out, but what a game, what a series there. Magical Meeps handing Chikara X their first loss and ensuring that we are not getting an all Chikara Grand Finals. Instead, we will get the last Chikara standing as the last hope against the Magical Meeps, and oh my gosh, I can't wait to see it, Tech.
Oh man, Cat Kupo, the Chikaras will now cannibalize themselves in this lower bracket, and those will be some fun matches to watch. But what a comeback from Magical Meeps. I mean, manages to lose the first game, keeps that mental up, and locks it down for maps 2 and 3. And what an amazing showing, especially with their banning as well. I mean, just banning out all these characters that Chikara X seems like they needed to win forcing Wave Walker to play different characters like Kai and Dubu, and just having an amazing offense despite how good Chikara X was and how much they were able to pass to each other and lock down some crazy goals.
Yeah, I really think that Atlas band was doing a lot of work there for Magical Meeps. They really seemed to turn it up after that, but let's not forget that that first game was so close. This
Yep.
game was on razor's edge of being 3-0 Magical Meeps rather than 2-1. And that is probably scary for all the Chikara teams waiting in losers now.
Yep. Well, speaking of the losers bracket, we're going to hop into a quick break and go to Chikara Cheetos, Chikara Fire with some beautiful, handsome new casters. But I hope you guys enjoyed watching this series. This certainly was one for the ages. Cat Kupo, is there anything you want to say before we hop into a break?
Yeah, I'd like to formally apologize to Glizzlizard for saying that you weren't using eject button. I still don't think you were using eject button, but you didn't seem to need it. Great job to both teams. So happy to see this grand finals, and I love to see Osas thriving.
That's right. Well, GG's, I'm Tech, joined with Cat Kupo. We're going to hop into a quick break here, and we will be back before you know it. Thanks for tuning in.
Happy holidays, Striker. Welcome back to Osas. I hope we're all brimming with Christmas cheer like I am. And I hope we're also all excited to get into the Chikara Wood Chipper because we've got Chikara Cheetos versus Chikara Fire here. Flamin' Hot Cheetos matchup right before your very eyes, and one of these teams will not be making it to losers finals.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately.
I've never been so excited for a Chikara matchup. There's so much poetry going on in the matchups. You got the Flaming Hot Cheetos like thing going on. You got the Chikara Gauntlet to Grands to meet Magical Meeps. And then also when I was looking at all the players, I'm pretty sure everyone except I rhymes with each other. Alpha Me, I Me, Calamity Queen 3, Nautica Strike TTV, and the Great Ostini. They all rhyme. I thought everyone should know that. I'm looking each and every one of you straight through the eye, parasocially, and telling you that fact. I'm going to quiz you on it later. Hold on, let me think. There are like 70 of you in the audience, and each of you drill into your mind that fact. Okay, anyways, but we are getting in the game soon. I see the lobby being loaded up. We're gonna be striking soon. We're gonna be striking soon to see which of these Chikara teams make it to the end. And I mean, kind of a fitting, I would say, end for the OSAS season. Of course, Chikara being our long-standing kind of franchise here in the OSAS waters, so to speak. And we'll see. I mean, like all of these players, I know from Nina and a lot of these players that they put so much effort into improving as a team and playing things out, and we're gonna see how that culminates here in our top 4.
All right, 8 Chikara teams entered this top 24 of the OSAS Invitational. Now only 3 are left, and unfortunately only 1 can make it to grand finals. And I want you all to know that I'm looking you in the eye, not parasocially. I am your friend. Hello. And I want you to be excited for this match.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Look into my big, non-normally colored eyes and know that we have a banger coming up. And if this one's not going to be a banger, the next one will be, because it's another Chikara versus Chikara team.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, Chikara X sitting at the end of the long Chikara lane, the road that all Chikara teams, all roads lead to Chikara City.
All
and
roads lead to Chikara.
Right now, the one sitting at the end of it is Chikara X, the final Chikara boss, so to speak, of this. Yeah, and I don't know. I'm ready to see some striking.
The final Chikara boss is definitely Magical Meeps. They are sitting at the end of the road.
True.
They are the grand champion of this victory road. And
whoa,
we're gonna see if one of the Chikara teams will rise to defeat them, or maybe if it's, as the chat has been saying, Meep sweep. Who knows?
It could be Meep sweep. I actually don't know too much about the inner workings of Chikara, but I'm assuming that a lot of these teams are super comfortable playing. I'm assuming they scrim each other. Like I'm just assuming they scrim each other.
They have to.
Yeah, because it's like kind of it's like an aura, you meet the other players. I'm assuming that's how it's run. But so I'm assuming that each of these players are actually going to be pretty familiar with what the other team is bringing to the table. So we'll see. And I think at this point as well, I think that, you know, you're at the end of the road, you're at the end of the line. You're gonna bring out all the stops, all the tools that you have. You know, crack it out. I don't know. Alpha Me might bring out the famous Centauro midfield, the infamous Centauro midfield that we've come to know and love. But Calamity Queen 3, of course, being the forward that has played a lot with Cows, who's the premier Centauro midfielder kind of in the NASA League. You'd be used to playing with that. So I don't know. We'll see. We do have our pick and bans here. Game 1, we're going to be going to Night Market. Game 2, we're going to be going to Demon Dies. And if we go to a Game 3, we will finish off our series on Clarion Corp. So we'll be seeing at least 2 of the 3 remaining like canonical team event maps here in play. Maybe if we do go to Game 3. And I think I'm not entirely too sure of the statistic, but we did just have a 3-game series come out for Magical Meeps and Chikara X. But importantly as well, I think that, like, historically, if you go back to OSAS Finale Season 2 and Osas Finale Season 1, these things historically go really long. I'm pretty sure we have literally had more Game 5.5 scenarios than we have had 3-0 games. So these are always a little bit of a fun, exciting thing to win. Of course, Osas always going to be something that anyone could really come out on top. So, and we are in queue for for the game. So, hey, we're going to be getting in there soon.
Right. Hey, Finesse may be gone, but their curse lives on in Osas, infecting each of these games with set 5.5. And looking at the maps that we're going to, Night Market, Demon Days, and Clarion Corp are all narrow maps that really favor, the damage comps, putting on that offensive pressure. And I think I've played with, I think, all of these players at least a little bit, and Calamity Queen 3 is just an absolute demon rat creature who can kill from 20 miles away. Hack the client to make everything have 50% more knockback. We might be seeing something crazy, and I just tabbed back in. I just woke up. I'm online now. That's not in my game. Fellas, who signed up to have fun today?
Interesting.
Kazan, who signed up to have fun? But the enemy team has a Mako. Wait.
A Mako Era X. Wait, this might be like a CTL spec start or something? Yeah, I mean, Era Mako X or Era Mako Julie, pretty much the variation of the kind of top tier, kind of the meta-defining teams at the moment.
Quick Strike start.
Interesting. Quick Strike Deadeye. Interesting to see. But yeah, I mean, these are like the Mako Era X is something, especially on Night Market as well, has been something that has been really, really popular in the top tiers of play. There's just, I don't know who coined this term, but it's the meow at your brawler composition, where essentially you run a character that uses size really, really well, X the Juliet, and you use the double size increase from both Mako and Era to essentially make your brawler a complete demon and hard to deal with. Not to mention that, Era and Mako bring a lot of potential to the team outside of just buffing the brawlers. The debuffs, the terrain that they could bring to the table as well. Of course, no slouch in terms of creating your competition. But we are getting in a game here, and as we get closer to overtime, we're gonna see Calamity Queen 3 actually score a nice little goal, get a first little point in the game. And it looks like, as I've been talking about this composition the entire game, but as I say it, though, I think Octavia on Night Market actually also a pretty interesting pick. Not something that we see a lot. I figure that with the quick strike start, AlphaMe felt pretty comfortable. It is something that I believe is in his character pool, so we'll see if he'll be able to do anything with it this game on Night Market.
Yeah, what I'm looking at right now is I'm looking at a Kazan that is quickly striking and closed strike hitbox really just diced up. Not gonna strike that last point, and I think will be super useful to deal with. I'm also looking at the quick strike Octavia with the Kazan, and I think that's a really great combo because Octavia can sit there, build speed, and play their solo adventure, one player RPG, while Calamity Queen goes out and presses 4, maybe even 5 abilities onto whoever they want and tear it up there. So I actually think this is a super interesting comp that can work really well.
Yeah, and Aimee with a really close save there as we get in overtime here, and we do a few redirects away from getting the flip. And speaking of flips, that's going to be the flip from A, going to be gone on that Era. Flip does come out as well from Calamity Queen, but it's going to be blocked off by the Ensnare Drums now. The Great Ostini looking to get some damage on Calamity Queen, does get the stagger, but not the KO, and the flip comes out from Naga Strike. Not going to find anything with it quite yet, but it did look very, very close. And now Calamity Queen 3 is going to be fighting for his life right now, as an unfortunate whiff from Aimee means that we're going to have a little bit of stress coming out for the side of Chikara Cheetos here. Right now, it's going to be Calamity Queen going off the map right now. Now AlphaMe and Flow State's going to be gone as well. With a nice Maelstrom, sets up Great Ostini for a perfect Strike War win. Makes it a little bit too easy for his brawler, and that's going to be evening up the set here.
Yeah, and you said I with the Great Maelstrom, and I just had like a Bozo Bunch attack. But, you know, shades of I, the midfielder of Bozo Bunch. Beautiful Maelstrom into a score for their brawler.
Wait, that's
Great,
that's creepy.
great work.
I and I Junior. That is so.
I and I smile.
Yeah, I and
Oh
I.
no,
my
I!
gosh. No.
Come back to us.
I couldn't
I
see
have
that coming
fallen.
as
Oh,
now
a
Alpha
crazy
Me
flip.
with 2 eyes in his name as well, going to be finding a flip into that goal 2-1 in the game on the first set.
Yeah, just reaction checking Naga strike there, and you know, boom. Even goalies don't expect it to just come at them. Because why would you? Why would you do that? Why would you ever send the ball right at the goalie?
Yeah, definitely mixed up, and also because
Alpha Me is left the building.
Gone. Oh,
Nope.
wait, are they back? Hooray, they're going to be back, and we're going to be sent right off here. Now the Great Ostini going to be looking, I think, for a nice little high-value flip here, getting the damage off onto Alpha Me. Flip can come out to KO as well, but I think he's looking to get a little bit more value on the flip, being a little greedy with it. We'll see if it pays off, though. Now Naga Strike TTV missing out on the ensnare drums. Alpha Me does survive the flip KO, which means now the offensive core of Chikara Fire is gonna not look too great right now, but we do have 2 flips for the other members of Chikara Fire, as now Calamity Queen 3 almost able to snipe 1 goalie barrier, but it's gonna hold for now 5 seconds away from overtime. We're gonna see I finally use that flip. The Tofu Fortress isn't out enough in time, isn't out fast enough. And now Calamity Queen 3 able to answer in response. We'll see if Alpha Me, though, is able to hold on for his life, though, as he's going to have 1 bar of dodge to work with and very little stagger. Now, flip comes out from Naga Strike, going to be stuffed away by Calamity Queen 3, who gets the final goal barrier for his trouble. He has that flip. If it gets to him, it might be curtains, but it's going to unfortunately whiff. Now, Naga Strike trying to stay alive, but it's just too hard against both Alpha Me and Calamity Queen 3, as it's going to be Chikara Cheetos taking the first set of the game.
Yeah, wow. 1 Octavia primary to rule them all, sending both Naga Strike and the core into the goal, and happy Chrono Boost, everyone. This is Octavia's world, and we're all just living in it.
Yeah, and to be completely, like, I mean, I would feel really, really rough. I'd feel really sad if I were the side of Chikara Fire right now. You have literally 3 characters custom built to deny the Chrono and CTL, and you didn't. You didn't on the first set of the game, which means that this Octavia is going to be so hard to deal with. And I think coming from that too, the fight or flight quick strikes from I will potentially come up with like a semblance of rivalry dealing with that car control. Of course, quick strikes, slit kicks, plus the extra speed from fight or flight is going to be really helpful. But as I say that, things are already looking so grim with Great Ostini going to be sent off the map.
Right. Era is honestly just a phenomenal character to rival Octavia. Obviously, shrinking the Octavia is a great way to deal with it. But when your brawler Kazan just has a bigger strike hitbox than any other character in the game, you just poke it in. GG.
Yeah, I think it seems like the side of Chikara Fire, Chikara Cheetos is coming online right now, and we'll see if Ostini and I are able to keep that under control, because I think they're going to be the ones dictating the pace of this, being able to potentially shrink that Alpha Me and potentially preventing Calamity Queen from seeing the core too much. But as I say that, yeah, I mean, it looks like they're going to be doing that, getting 2 goalie barriers, making sure it doesn't get downfield, though. Right now, it is going to be cleared away by Aimi and Alpha Me as well, and oh no! An almost unfortunate somersault almost means that the goal goes in, but it's not going to happen. Core's going to stay in play for a little bit now. I fighting for his life, trying to preserve that core flip to potentially snipe away a goal here. Going to pick up the orb to get back a little bit of much needed health as the Maelstrom comes out as well. But unfortunately, it will be used to clear. Oh, it won't even matter. An excellent redirect from Ostini. It's going to bounce it off that Night Market terrain and even up the set.
Yeah, boo. Slipping right between him and the log. Hey, today I learned the log hitbox, it does not cover Dubu's body at all. And forwards, write that down. Oh my god, hey, also forwards, write this down. Dubu's dead. If you are X, hey, kill Dubu. That is his fatal weakness. Dubu is mortal, he will fall. What is he gonna do, roll away? Fat chance.
Actually, that That's actually pretty crazy. I mean, we have no defenses for this Dubu. So if Great Ostini is able to punch away with the Knife's Edge bonus, that will be a dead Dubu. And as it's looking right now, it's going to be a nice little goal over going over to Ostini and crew as well. So maybe it seems like the side of Chikara Fire have found potentially their win condition. I mean, it's so hard to defend against Calamity Queen and Alpha Me, but if they never get that opportunity, because one of the two is going to have to roll back to kind of get that, or to help that defense, then, I mean, potentially there's a way back, and already it looks like to be continuing. I mean, look how much damage Ostini is doing. Of course, having the help of I as well, but as I say that, it's going to be 2 goalie barriers going down for the side of Chikara Fire. Now, we're going to see Great Ostini with a flip, trying to get possession of the core. Does get 1 goalie barrier, but it goes right in the hands of Alpha Me, and now things are looking a little grim, but it's going to be cleared away by I and Naga Strike. Now, Calamity Queen 3, again, has an opportunity for a goal, not going to win the strike war, but now Ostini is going to be the one to clean up that last goalie barrier. Bull Rush doesn't quite connect with the core, but now Calamity Queen 3 has an opportunity for the mix-up. Unfortunately, the Crooked Leverage not going to find the core's target, which means that now it's going to be Great Ostini up to the pitch, and he's going to find it with a nice little strike with the X Maximus. Now 1-1 on the sets here. We'll see potentially if this CTL drops for the side of Chikara Fire. That'd be huge.
Right, a phenomenal pickup, but unfortunately not there. We're looking at a little bit of a team player, which could be a big pickup for either of the goalies, both in the back, maybe even Kazan for just crazy core speed. A twin drive, both great on Era, more speed, and a deny from Octavia, who can just reap so many benefits from Chrono Boost twin drive. Set ops for the peak. Octavia stagger is just phenomenal. We're seeing Great Ostini pick up Prize Fighter, which is actually, Prize Fighter is always a win condition. If you are ever feeling behind, if you're ahead even, Prize Fighter will help you win. And as we saw, the Knife's Edge and Prize Fighter is going to do phenomenal work. Great Ostini just rushing in there. Tiny Dubu, it just cannot bear to deal with the Giant X with Super Surge Mako speed, but an absolute brawl going down the midfield, and now I is suffering the Kazan fate.
Yeah, and I mean, importantly as well, this team player pickup I think is going to be really huge as well. I mean, in a situation where Ostini's just hugging the Dubu constantly, a pass from team player can actually go a really long way. I mean, of course, that training being especially good on goalies just generally as well is like we're seeing the effects of that right now. It's not something you have to be particularly accurate with to get the value out of, but I mean, if you're able to do that, then you get to all of a sudden get a lot of really tight clears that you weren't able to do before. But speaking of clears, it's going to be Ostini and Naga Strike looking to find one right now, as we are going to have an open net for the side of Chikara Cheetos. Now, Calamity Queen 3 does have that flip. Crooked Leverage not going to connect either, nor does the core flip, which means that Great Ostini, unfortunately, not able to find it, but had a really, really good attempt there. Now, I, with a nice little strike war win, means that this flow state is not going to come out and be very effective. Naga Strike as well has that flip. It's going to be very, very hard to score on this Mako, I think. Now, Great Ostini back up to the pitch, ready to play. We'll see if anything could come from it, though. Already forced to blow that dodge, but there we see it. The team player in action is just the fast core speed. It means that it's going to be Aimi on the Dubu down to flip. Crooked Leverage also almost able to find it, but whoo! That is a fast-moving core, and the Dubu not able to catch up on time, even with the momentum boots and the Summer Assault. Means that the first point in the set is going to be going over to Chikara Fire.
Yeah, that was an insane goal. Scored, I believe, off of Knife's Edge power and overtime, and that's it. Just hitting it against the wall and sending it straight into the top corner from the midfield line. It's insane, and it kind of highlights, that core speed is so important, and highlights why team player is such a good awakening. What if you had core flip speed on a strike?
On a regular strike in overtime, yeah.
Send it to your friend, and core's moving a little fast, got a blue streak. Oh my god. But hey, Calamity Queen bringing out the red streak. The river of blood run through the streets as goalie down.
Yeah.
Congratulations, here's your point.
And even with, like, I mean, Naga Strike has a really good build. I mean, the Deadeye is kind of like whatever, but you have a Super Surge, which is, of course, amazing to have in Mako, as well as the team player. None of that is defensive, which means that Calamity Queen also has the same win condition as basically Ostini, just punching punching the goalie until either the core or the goalie goes into the net. So I mean, yeah, it seems like we're in for a really rough game if you are a goalie in this game right now. You have a lot of things to defend, but it's going to be I the one actually sent off the map for now. Is right now Alvemy in the flow state, trying to ramp it up. Ostini with the X Maximus not able to find anything just quite yet, but they are going into this here. And Calamity Queen 3 with an excellently timed maddening descent is going to be sending the core and Naga Strike into the net for the second point of Chikara Cheetos in the set.
Right. It's everyone always talks about the legendary, hey, just kill the goalie, smile, win game. And it is true, but Calamity Queen has found the level 2 secret strat, just kill the midfielder, smile, and win the game. What are they going to do? Goalie get it to the brawler, and it's working out so phenomenally, especially because as an era, you know, if you have a Kazan on you, you just want to shrink them. And then you can't shrink the Octavia. But here I'm talking about the qualms of era and your shrink. And a phenomenal defense being put up, but unfortunately shut down by the core flip at the end.
Yeah, and
oh
just
my
like
god.
That, I mean, we've got an even game going on here. This is a critical set to win. CTL, of course, still up and up for grabs here. And so this is potentially a game-winning point here for whoever takes this team. Going into it, though, we are going to see Alvemy with an excellent little brace drop. Going to be picking I off in the midfield here, as now it's going to be 3 members going on offense. Now it's going to be 1 goalie barrier going down. It's going to be 2 now. Calamity Queen 3, just 1 strike war win away from getting a crucial set win. And now the Great Ostini with a nice little bell ringer will defend for now. The Maelstrom brings the core back to the side of Chikara Cheetos, and I able to interrupt the dribble before Alvemy gets his flow state up. But oh, it doesn't even matter. A nice little primary from Alvemy is going to stuff away the core flip of Naga Strike, and now if you are Chikara Fire, you are praying for that CTL not to drop. Oh, actually, no, it's going to be Calamity Queen 3 getting the MVP, but that might not matter here. Interesting draft we actually have for us. That's a spectrating Kazan.
Specialize. Yeah, it denies the X, goes to the Kazan. That's so hard to deal with. Already has heavy impact and BD, meaning that all of Calamity Queen's moves already do an additional 25% damage. For fun. Congratulations, the Kazan character in your game. Kazante, as some people have said. And now, both of his secondaries, technically his ultimate moves, will be doing 65% more damage. Congratulations, Chikara Cheetos. You've got a big guy on your team.
Yeah, we were talking. I mean, when it comes to Octavia, like, as a caster, you do nothing but talk about Octavia's power in drafts, the fact that you just have to deny away. But when you focus so much on that Octavia, draft, all of a sudden, you forget that, other characters have literally game-winning picks. This Kazan on Spec Trading is going to be one of them. And, I mean, with Pauldron's Big Fish, there is a defensive hope for Naga Strike. So, I mean, the extra stagger is going to be huge, as I gets a nice little pick off for the Maelstrom here. A little celebratory XDD as well. And if that's happened, I mean, you're not going to get a lot of damage support from a Dubu or Octavia, so there is a world where Naga Strike can weather the storm here. And as I say that, I mean, it's going to be Calamity Queen 3, despite you being the one with the Spec Training, going to be the one going to be knocked off that map for now, is now the Great Ostini looking to convert here on the power play. Aimi, though, with a nice little strike war win, holds strong, and Alphamy with assistance on that clear, not going to be able to snipe away that goalie bear, which is a little unfortunate, but you're just happy to not lose that final one. Now, Calamity Queen 3 low on stagger yet again, as Aimi can only hold so much right now. Flip comes out from I, and there it goes. It's going to be into the net. First point of the 4th set goes over to the side of Chikara Fire, and actually, this is a 3-stack prize fight already for the Great Ostini here, who has that 1-2 punch, has the quick strikes, has the knife's edge, which, like, while obviously not like the game-winning things, that's still a lot of damage. So, I mean, we'll be seeing, as he is already swinging away, and IME gets 1, gets 2 punches off, which is not what you want to see. And on the other side of the map, Alphamy is going to be sending I right off the map with a nice little base drop here, and we'll see what comes of it, though. Now the Great Ostini, a few redirects away from getting that flip, which would mean they'll get a safe little clear. Ensnare Drums does come out, buys a little bit of time, but now it's going to be Naga Strike going to be yoinked off the map with a nice little crooked leverage. Now Alphamy shrunk, but not out of flow state, and now that's a flip up for Calamity Queen 3. Elects to maybe use it for now, but flip does come out from Great Ostini, but doesn't matter. Alphamy able to win that strike war engagement. Now the flip finally comes out from Calamity Queen, and a nice little poke into the net, gets through the Mako secondary, and now we're evened up on the set.
Yeah, a little bit of back and forth going here. Obviously, Chikara Cheetos up a set, feeling good. We talked a lot about the spectating Kazan, but like I said earlier, prize fighter on Great Ostini from the last draft, paying out right now. Big 3 stacks. And honestly, like, hey, lowest of keys, Chikara Fire had a phenomenal draft. Sure, the Octavia got Stagger Swagger. Sure, the Kazan got Specialized Training. But I picked up Primetime. And that whole conundrum I was talking about earlier about how, hey, I don't know whether to shrink the Kazan killing me or the Octavia winning the game. And hey, Primetime, now you can do both.
I just realized as well, Rapid Fire is still on the table.
And Rapid Fire is still out there. Smile.
Yeah, if Chikara Fire is able to win the set and I gets the MVP, that's potentially most of an Exodia build. I mean, Primetime Rapid Fire being an absolutely disgusting combo on the character. That being said, CTL is also still on the table, isn't it? So, it might be the lesser of two evils here on to who gets what. That being said, Great Ostini going to be setting himself up for that CTL deny, getting a nice little goal here onto Ayumi, and we're now 1 point away from set 5, which, you know, knowing Osas, hey, I just think it's going to happen, but it is a critical set actually for the side of Chikara Fire to be winning. Obviously,
right? They lose if they don't win it.
Yeah, I mean, they lose, but on top of that, you get so much momentum with anyone on your team picking up CTL, anyone on your team picking Rapid Fire. It's going to be so good. And right now, it looks like I is the one that wants to make it happen. Right now, the flip is coming out, but not going to find anything through the Tofu Fortress. Now, Great Ostini not finding too much damage onto Alpha Me, and the flow state is building up. Oh, but it's fortunately going to go out, which means that now Naga Strike and I have an opportunity to maybe get this clear and get Ostini another opportunity to keep him in this game. And now a nice little defense from Naga Strike means that the core will stay in play. Perfect pitch comes out, but doesn't quite find the clear that Naga Strike wants. And now Calamity Queen 3 in a perfect position to win a Strike War, but doesn't quite get it. The side of Chikara Fire holds strong. X Maximus does come out, which means he's going to be swinging away at Aimi for a little bit, but I's going to be the one found off the edge, and now the passing plays are too strong from the side of Chikara Cheetos. And again, this was a potential game decider last set, and now it is again. Of course, if Alpha Me, Calamity Queen 3, and Aimi find this point, it's going to be game 1 going to them, but it's going to be looking really hard for them to win the final set if it does go to that set 5. So again, another critical set coming out in this game, or critical point coming out in this game.
Right, Chikara Fire right now having the energy advantage. Oh, Naga Strike getting close to core flip. Great Ostini. But that's a Calamity Queen double barrier. The Kazan doink, the poke, straight through the middle. But Great Ostini looking for one of his own, not quite finding it, getting a little bit of support from I. And honestly, I want to see the Great Ostini go, take those 3 fighter stacks, cash in, and kill someone. Kill someone right now. But the Alpha Me core flip.
Yeah, nice little flip there. Naga Strike, unfortunately, whiffing that 1 strike kind of sealed the deal for them, and that's going to be unfortunate. 1 point away from potentially mounting that comeback, but I mean, that's going to be wraps. It's going to be Chikara Cheetos taking the first game of the series, so props to them. And even though, honestly, Chikara Fire did had some really good drafts there. They were keeping their head in the game, able to play through it. It was just, I mean, too much. I mean, look at this 46k damage coming out from Calamity Queen, 8 KOs to his name, and on top of that, 5 KOs from the base drops from Alpha Me as well. Of course, repping almost 100 shots into the enemy net with 238 redirects to his name. So, I mean, it just looked really good. Chikara Cheetos looked really good in this series, but just looking at that game, I don't think Chikara Fire is quite out of it yet. If Ostini is able to get a lot of those KO opportunities or those 1v1 opportunities, I think this match is a good precedent to kind of say, you know, Great Ostini is winning like a significant amount of the 1v1s. Like, there is a win condition here for Chikara Fire.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, looking at the midfield redirect numbers, that's Alpha Me with 238, but I at 204, and you know, Octavia is fast all the time and just racking up a ton of speed. For there to only be a 30 redirect difference means that I was keeping up with the Octavia pretty consistently, and the gap, I think, is only really because Octavia, the character, is just designed to get more redirects than you. right? And so I think Chikara Fire, like you said, not out of it yet, still has a great chance. I think, hey, Kazan Night Market, a little hard to deal with. But now we're going to Demon Deus, which is also a Kazan map. Calamity Queen might not opt for the Kazan and might pick something else, but I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, right now, like, we're talking about the Era Mako X Julie, Kazan not exactly fitting into that comp. You're able to do it, right? But not quite the same kind of abuser of size that X and Julie is. Of course, like, that extra size, that extra little closed umbrella poke, of course, could mean, a world of difference. But that being said, I mean, yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think that, Calamity Queen 3 and Alpha Me are looking so good right now. So if they're able to bring it out, and it's going to be a Kai pick. Interesting.
Yeah, honestly, Kai, not a terrible pick on this map, I think. I really like the Zentaro hover. I thought that would have gone incredibly hard, but, hey, me when I barrage your barrier. Thumbs up. Like, that's so hard to deal with, and with the barriers so large on this map, what do? But Chikara Fire here, drafting a now. Whoa. Now Era Asher. I wondered which one of these characters is in the goal box. Let's see. That is Naga Strike on the now goalie. She actually sounds really strong here. And then going for Era Asher. And on a timeless missile prop start. So Chikara Fire here going for a really interesting strategy of just get barriers. Damage is a secondary thought. Asher can put on damage, especially if getting arrow beamed, but these two characters just want to focus on getting core. And oh my god, Alpha Me's dead. I was gonna say Chikara Cheeto is opting for a similar strategy. Kai Asher instead, still the same philosophy of get the barriers. So I assume the Asher pick from Calamity Queen 3 coming out as a response to Naga Strikes now. And it's working out for Chikara Fire really well, but I'm just making a crazy save right in the corner there.
Yeah, we are going to see mix-up shots coming out from Ostini, but it's going to be the side of Chikara Cheetos holding strong right now, as now it's going to be Naga Strike going to be on the defensive for the first time this game, but it's going to get cleared away pretty easily. Now not able to find the core in time, but the flips, and every single member of Chikara Fire just popped up out of nowhere, essentially, and all of a sudden that's a goalie and a core going to be scored into the net right there. And honestly, really great coordination from the side of Chikara Fire. That looked really, really impressive.
Yeah, Chikara Fire just came out of the woodworks and said, "We are going to beat you to death," and they haven't stopped yet. Oh my god! I mean, Kai forward has been a pick that hasn't been very popular until recently because he's a squishy guy. He takes a lot of damage, and I think Dubu has the same problem. Even though Dubu is in a stagger tier of his own, Alpha Me is having internet issues. But even though Dubu is in a stagger tier of his own, does not have the mobility to get away from the damage, and especially on this map, Dubu kind of feels like a sitting duck. I think it's super hard to defend on that character.
And it looks like we do have a timeout called. As Alpha Me, seems to have some pretty big connection issues, but that'll buy us a little bit of time to get our yapping muscles in order, to get our yapping reps in. I think I want to talk about this. I mean, that one play, the first point of the game actually, where Ostini, Naga Strike, and I literally just like collapsed onto this one corner core was such a great offensive play. I think just making the side of Chikara Cheetos so claustrophobic. Oh, well, we're not going to yap. Okay, never mind. He's back and ready.
Yap complete. I hope you all enjoyed the yapping break.
Yeah, a little bit of a podcast setup here, and all of a sudden we're back in the action. Great Ostini and I both have flips in on this final point, so they've got a really big energy advantage as one flip comes out. It's going to get one, but second one's going to be blocked away by Calamity Queen's flip of his own, and a double barrier is actually going to be found, and all of a sudden Reversal of Fortune is going to be found. Flip comes out from Ivy, not going to find the goal though, unfortunately, as Great Ostini not able to find a goal, and oh no, whiff strike from Naga Strike means that he will have to blow that flip. Now Alpha Me trying to snipe it away with a Giga Blast, but not able to find anything right now. Now we are in a power play here. Good patience waiting out the Dumu Summer Assault. Will end up getting that final goalie barrier for it. Now, again, one Strike War win away from taking this all. Great Ostini has the opportunity, and there it goes. And for the second time this game so far, Ostini, Aimi, and the core will all be in front of that net at the very end of it.
Yeah, set 1 finisher on the 4 KO streak. And we're really seeing the power of Asher. Hasn't been a very popular pick recently. Definitely been overshadowed by Juliet, but still has a similar instant kill potential. And we're really seeing it. And opting for a Spark of Strength, going to spark it up this game. Which, looking at the rest of the Awakenings, none of them are particularly strong for Asher. Asher also, I just realized, not very popular because Tempo Swing was removed, so hey.
Yeah.
But, Chikara Cheeto's goalie picking up team player, and I think that's going to be a really big pick. And Alphamy on the Chrono Boost. It's just, those are 2 picks that are really going to alter the game in the favor of Chikara Cheetos. I mean, just pulling up with immense core speed, which, as we talked about last game, is super useful. And Alphamy just going fast. That's what Kai does. That's what he wants to do. That's what he's going to do. Look at him go.
Yeah,
he's at the court before you.
Pickup is also super huge for that as well. Not only does it deny the era, which, that Chrono Boost could be the difference between, in the brawler matchup. It allows, Alphamy to do exactly what you said, run around, feel great, feel the wind in his sails, and be wherever he wants to be, essentially. But as I say that, Great Ostini potentially with an ability to get a final goalie berry here, unfortunately not going to find it, as the missile prop Dubu is going to actually get that clear. And now strike from I is going to be blocked away by Calamity Queen, but now it's going to be Alphamy finding that final goalie barrier. Flip does come out. Calamity Queen also has a flip, but it's not even going to go to him as we get an overtime here. Really good secondary from Naga Strike, and oh no! Oh, Alphamy's gone, but it doesn't matter, as a really excellent strike from Aimi, I guess, is going to be the one finding the goal. And now we're going to be back in it again, as I guess Alphamy is hanging on for dear life. every single cable in Alphamy's house is screaming for dear life. But as of right now, things are looking up for Chikara Cheetos.
Alphamy sitting in the McDonald's play place right now, laptop in hand, really doing their best. But hey, sometimes a DC is a Jedi mind trick, and it as the Sherlock, that one Sherlock quote goes, discombobulate, whatever, and go for the kill.
Yeah. Oh, and a really sharp clear. That was a really good
wow.
Yeah, like such a great angle from Aimi with that flip. Kind of like a pixel perfect clear, to be completely honest. But we'll see if it matters, as right now, Alphamy and Calamity Queen looking absolutely brutal. That's a stuffing combo that I don't think now is able to deal with. And just as quickly as this started, it's coming to a close, a 2-0 already for the side of Chikara Cheetos coming in the second set here.
Yeah, like you said, now's greatest tool is very similar to Chikara, actually, where you strike primary and you win every interaction you have, but that's all you have. Right, now has mine as well, and so I suppose you can set up a mine into strike primary, but that takes foresight that is hard to set up when you have an Asher in your face,
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, wow, it's going to be a double barrier actually going down for Aimi off of some really quick cores, but right now it's going to be Calamity Queen, has that flip to work with, but might not get that opportunity, as Ostini and Asher with a flip for his own, able to get that nice little top side pocket. And it looked really quick, it looked really bad for the side of Chikara Fire just 30 seconds prior, but that's 1 point going over to them, which I think will mean quite a bit, as now it's going to be Alphamy sent off the map as well. Calamity Queen 3 now forced to rotate back onto the defensive, elects to save that flip, notices that Alphamy has the flip of his own. Now flips exchanged by both goalies here, means that Ostini will have some free reign here. It is able to get one with the assistance of Naga Strike. Now Calamity Queen 3 and making to answer in kind, able to get one, now 1-1 on the barriers, as now the sound waves are out. Now the pass splitter is going to be out from Ostini, but does not have to worry about a stagger, as we are going to see Naga Strike healing up. Now Calamity Queen 3 unfortunately does not have that same luxury, but is able to get a goalie barrier and a nice little goal as well, actually. Alphamy able to find a nice little bounce off the bottom side of the map, means that we are going, again, going to be tied up 1-1 on sets in this game.
Yeah, Chikara Cheetos clapping back, tying it up, and Asher has once again found their way to the front of the carousel, and Demolitionist is looking mighty juicy right here. Is going to be taking it. Now, again, both these teams opting for a barrier blitzing strategy, but Demolitionist really plays into that so strongly, and Asher also just wanting size, able to pick it up. In fact, Aimee coming out and denying Big Fish from the enemy Asher, who is sparking. So I suppose, hey, didn't want it anyway. Now Aimee is 30% bigger, and Great Ostini is two sparks. Probably the best sparks to have here, since this is a non-damage game. Strength and speed. Able to clock in insta-kills just that much more often and fast on the field to just be relevant. Because Asher is slow, has no mobility, hard to be relevant that way, but when you're 30% faster, a little bit easier, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I also want to talk about two things, actually. This extra special pickup, not normally what you want to see on the era. Her Maelstrom, not really that game-changing ultimate that some other characters have access to, but when you have a Timeless, and when Monumentalist is still on the table as well, that is something that actually can mean the difference to get that kind of like that tornado build going, especially on a map that could get us, as claustrophobic as it can with Demon Days. You could actually get a lot of KOs with those extra special Maelstrom fishes, especially with that reduced cooldown. But I think as well, the other pickup that I want to be talking about as well, looking at it, was the... Never mind, actually. That was the only one I wanted to talk about, I think, actually. Never mind. Ignore me.
Well,
yeah,
I'll take a moment to talk about Naga Strike Super Surge, making those mines a little bit faster. I believe having more range on the ultimate to dash either to the other side of the goalpost, to an ally, etc.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't know about that.
So that's, yeah, that's super useful. It's not too dissimilar to Mako picking up these same dash awakenings. So yeah. Naga Strike really found their niche, but oh my god, a little bit too close to the goal line, trying to save the core, drifting right there, and Calamity Queen is able to just stuff them in the locker that is their goal box and put it in.
Yeah, and we're getting a kind of a recurring motif, if you would, of goalies being sent into their own net alongside the core of
the Asher character.
Yeah, that little Asher poke from the primary is really coming into play here, and I will say that right now, Chikara Fire does look like the ones on the back foot. It looks like Calamity Queen 3 is really coming alive with this size training here, as right now the flip comes out. Unfortunate angle, though, means that it's just going to go around the world, as we are right back where we started with that flip. But a nice little Strike War win, despite the Among Titans pickup, is going to put some pressure down on Alpha Me, but it's going to be cleared away by the side of Alpha Me and Aimee. Gosh, I'm getting those messed up. The rhyming is finally coming out. But they are able to get one eventually. Now Great Ostini has an opportunity here, and yes, there it goes. The Asher primary pokes Aimee and the core, and that means that's going to be, again, we're going to be looking at a tied up game here on set 3.
Yeah, wow, we've been here before, and we might just be coming back. It's both these teams are just going toe to toe, perfectly matched, and really they're both running the same, very similar comps, same strategies, executing the same way. The biggest difference is that Now and Dubu, and again, I think Dubu is hard to make work. On a missed crop start, though, these Tofu Fortresses have been going crazy, and a little surprise. I believe core flip in the corner. I have no idea what happened. Kid named Vision Clarity was not with us, and Calamity Queen isn't either.
Yeah, it is going to be Calamity Queen 3 going down, and now the flip does come out from Aimee, though, almost able to sneak away a critical, cheeky goal here, but Alpha Me now with an opportunity with a flip, but unfortunately a good clear means it's going to whiff. Now Naga Strike has a flip of his own now as we get into overtime here, but that pass splitter now going to be creating a lot of pressure. Ostini also has to play for his life here, as now the core finally makes its way over to the side of Chikara Cheetos. Ostini with an opportunity here, but not going to find it. Going to lose that Strike War, but a good little Now primary actually keeps the pressure going. But Calamity Queen 3 finds himself in front of the net, not going to find it, though, as now Aimee again, the one on the defense. One goalie barrier goes down the shrink ray, not able to make it 2. Now Naga Strike has the opportunity here to clear it, but Calamity Queen 3 does have that flip. It's going to go. It's not going to find the goal, but it does blow Eyes core flip, and now the Giga also as well, barely missing out on that goal opportunity. Great Ostini trying so desperately to get his hands on the core, but it's just not ever getting to him, and that's going to create a lot of problems on a very critical point in the game here. Now no dodge, low on HP, and at the line save from Naga Strike will not mean enough. Calamity Queen 3 gets the core over and over and over again, and now it's going to be Chikara Cheetos pulling away on this critical set.
Yeah, Chikara Cheetos just winning. I believe Alpha Mage just won an incredibly important strike ward to get it to Calamity Queen, who had a nice shot on the goal. Incredible. And as you mentioned, I think Chikara Cheetos are putting on a ton of offensive pressure that Chikara Fire is having trouble dealing with. But once the Great Ostini is able to get in there, get in their back lines, and tear it up, the chances of it going in is incredibly high. I mean, look at this. It's just like that. They were able to get the barriers, able to get in, and they just blitzed everything they had.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so evenly matched. As soon as it looks up for one team, the other Chikara team is going to be roaring back. And I mean, and right now, actually, a really nice pick-off by Eye might make the difference. Unfortunately, the flip does not find the angle that he wants, which means that both goalie barriers are going to go up for now. And I mean, when Calamity Queen 3 rotates back, you do have 3 goalies, but you're going to have a dead goalie. I mean, the motif of goalies flying off the map is still going to be found this game. And now Eye trying to be God's strongest strike warrior here on the Among Titans. Flip does come out for Great Ostini, is going to open up the net. And now it's going to be a unhealthy looking Dubu there. And yes, just as the evade wears away, the Maelstrom comes out and yoinks the entire set for the side of Chikara Fire. And it's going to be Naga Strike finding themselves on top here for this draft.
Yeah, Chikara Fire really struggling throughout that entire set, or at least early on, to deal with the pressure that Chikara Cheetos was putting on. But once they found their groove, once they found their footing, they just got it down easily. And that's a hot shot pickup for Naga Strike. But yeah, Rapid Fire not being picked up by Alpha Me, opting for the Chrono Cast for extra speed and giving Eye the Rapid Fire. Now just ripping those primaries out, and especially taking Among Titans, you know. Eye might be among us, but that doesn't mean that their effects on the field won't be felt with these arrow beams coming out every, I think, like 5 seconds.
Yeah,
there they go.
It's pretty intense, yeah. And I mean, that might make the difference, but like, this was a crazy draft for basically everyone except the Dubu, who is only really sitting with the kind of the synergy of the peak performance. And I think, I mean, look at that. It's looking really tough right now. I mean, we have 3 sparks for Ostini. We have the Rapid Fire for the Era here. Not able to get the Manu, but that is there for that final draft, should it come to it. But importantly as well, the hot shot for the Now as well. The extra core speed is going to be so scary here for this Dubu. So right now, it is going to be all 3 members of Chikara Cheetos on the defense here. The flip does come out from Naga Strike, but not able to find anything just quite yet. Calamity Queen 3 there to punish them not finding anything, but a good blast spitter from Ostini means that core into the net is all but inevitable. That is a checkmate coming out from that Asher, and now 2 points away from evening up this series.
Yeah, Great Ostini finally picking up some size in that last draft with Built Different.
Oh, it wasn't.
I believe getting their
I
believe getting their spark denied. Yeah, which is crazy. Welcome to December of 2023. Third spark has been denied, thank God. But that does mean that Great Ostini picks up that size. But Calamity Queen with Demolition, a size of their own, and the Timeless Airship. And these Ashers are just so difficult to deal with for both these goalies. And once they get the core in the net, they just drop all their abilities and run people down.
Yeah. And I think that, like, we were talking about this Rapid Fire from Era, but it doesn't feel like it's making too much of a difference. I feel like I mean, well, we just saw a double shrinking of the goal take there, but I mean, there are a lot of situations where I feel like I should just be making such a huge impact. I mean, look at how big this Asher is! It's so crazy. You know, never mind. I've just been doing nothing but lying for the past 20 seconds. This Rapid Fire on the Era is just doing did a lot of work right there, essentially, making sure that Ostini has so many opportunities, and what do you even do in that situation? You're just a poor little Dubu with no size in a world of hurt. And with that, I mean, it's looking rough, actually. 1 point away from the series being evened up here as now kickoff is underway. Alpha Meat going to be small, but still wins that strike war. The Maelstrom is coming out, not able to find anything just quite yet. But Naga Strike does have that flip for the defense here. Should have come down to it, but ooh!
Oh my god,
Dobu
combo.
Fortress is going to
Combo
find
move.
Eye. But now the flip does come out from Naga Strike. The Great Ostini, a nice little reverse power play comes out, and now a double reverse power play here. Both goalie barriers now going down. Ostini, Eye, and Naga Strike now so close to taking this game. Alpha Me has dodged, but it's going to be low on stagger. Critical strike or critical engagement win from Calamity Queen, but it won't matter. The beam is there, and now the flip comes out, and it's all too easy for the Great Ostini with the core flip, KOing Aimi and the core. It's going to be evening up the series here, and all of a sudden the Chikara Civil War is getting a little bit more heated because of fire. I feel really proud of that one.
Hey, great work. The fires and flames of war have burned to set off the Cheetos, and really just an incredibly close game. I think up until that rapid fire pick on I mean, hey, Among Us, I'm 30% smaller, but when your primary makes you 60% bigger and it's on such a short cooldown, you kind of eliminate that entire downside. Yeah. And now also, if your forward is 15% bigger, you get Big Asher on the field to just walk up, drop a primary on Dubu's face, and win the game. Yeah, I like that. That sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, I mean, and we saw that so many times from both sides, right? The barrier beam from the Asher just poking the goalie into the net, and the core coming quite soon after. And I think when it came down to it, one team had an era. I mean, one team had an era, that makes that stuffing potential from the Great Ostini just so much more powerful, especially with that Dubu that doesn't have that range tools other than the Tofu Fortress, which of course is a really high cooldown and didn't have that extra special that was denied away by I. So it made it really hard to really pull out of those, to drag that core out of those defensive scenarios. And I think that's what made the difference. I mean, eight goals, 9 goal participation. Every single goal Ostini participated in. It was really, really hard to defend. And because of that, we're going to Clarion Test Chamber here for Game 3.
Yeah, welcome to Game 3. We're hitting the test chamber, and I think this is a great Game 3 map because it's so unique and it forces a lot of interesting strategies. You very well can just walk up and Mako Era X someone. Hey, and congratulations. But you can walk up with the Kazan. You can get your Kazan banned and have to play a different character. And it's, I think, this map, there's a lot of picks that are really strong. But those bans were, I think, incredibly interesting. Getting their Aimi banned, off cooldown, now able to play it. And I think this is one of Aimi's best maps in the goal box. Yeah. So Ben set free, banning the Kazan said Calamity Queen, forced on the weak character of Juliet. That is sarcasm. Juliet is very strong on every map. Congratulations. I just don't want to deal with the Kazan. And Chikara Cheetos banned Asher, which I think is really interesting because I don't think Asher is known for being that strong on this map. And the Great Ostini putting on an absolute clinic that last game, and Asher, they're just kind of folding Amy goalie into a box and sending her down the river. But now they have X. Now they have Era X even. So, interesting bans, hard to deal with. We're looking at a heavy impact rapid fire start though.
Whoa!
I think rapid fire warranting the Asher ban slightly. Loki would have wanted to see an Era ban because that's 0.1 already taken by Chikara Fire.
Yeah. I think actually this start is really interesting for Era because Rapid Fire, for those who don't know, Rapid Fire Heavy Impact specifically is an Exodia build for Era, because that means if you get the Heavy Impacts proc plus the Rapid Fire, that is a 2.5 second cooldown on your beam. The debuff duration is 2 seconds, right? So that's 0.5 seconds that you're not debuffed, assuming that you're playing it properly. which that means that's off the table now, which means that the rapid fire, of course, rapid fire is still just in a vacuum, crazy strong on Era, but the Zodia build itself is gone, which, of course, there's still something that could happen. Prime time is still up, Chrono Boost is still up, Castellas is still up. No, Alpha Me, no, not here, not again.
Come back. It's game
Alpha
3.
Me,
You have to
no.
hold strong.
No, please. No, it cannot end this way. It cannot.
Your McNuggets are gonna get cold. You
No.
gotta go. You gotta
Alpha B,
fly, Kai.
Please, hey, if there was an Omega Strikers god, pray to it. Pray to it right now for Alpha B. No,
There he
rest his soul.
goes.
Yeah,
Hey, God rest his demon bones. for they've moved on to a better place.
yeah, and I think heavy impacts as well. It's really good on Juliet, of course, that anytime you could increase your dash punch KO range, it's gonna be good on Juliet. Obviously the cooldowns as well. It's a little bit hard to proc on that dash hitting 2 targets, but it's not impossible if you hit the core and a person, right? There it is. And cooldown on that
Alpha Me
dash,
back.
of course.
Yeah.
So
Cool down on
critical.
Alpha Me's internet. Back up and ready to go.
All right, we're back and at it. Flip is there for Naga Strike if needed against this dash punch from Calamity Queen here. Calamity Queen 3 now has that opportunity, and dash into punch unique technology comes out, and not even gonna be able to use that core flip because you're gonna be stunned. So now all of a sudden we are even here on game 3.
Right. It's. I'm pretty sure the only way to beat dash punch in the corner like that is just to evade strike it, and I don't know if core flip would connect, but having to evade strike with core flip it just feels bad. Life sucks when you're in that situation. Kind of like life sucks when you're on the bounce house at no stagger
Oh my
because Alpha Me has
gosh.
just been full comboed by Naga Strike.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he's going to be looking as dead as his router right now, spending just as much time on the wall!
Oh!
The infamous bounce house technology! The full stagger KO, it's the Tycho Temple tech. Coming
Welcome
out,
to Project
basically.
Base Drop.
Yeah, you're going to be finding that little bounce, meaning that you get full HP KOs from that dash punch if you angle it just correct, and that's what happened to Ostini there, being sent off the map. That being said, it is Chikara Fire, able to lick their wounds and come back, able to get that open net away from Aimi, and now the Great Ostini in a really good position, has that mix-up shot, but it's not going to be found as we get in overtime, but it won't matter. Great Ostini able to win a nice little strike war, and gonna take that second point for his team.
Yeah, I believe Great Ostini struck up into the bumper on that strike war. And a little secret on Project Base Drop, just hit the inner walls there. What's the goalie gonna do? Defend it? It's going at Mach 500, and it's gonna get a barrier. You're probably gonna get a goal. It is so hard to react to. It's so hard to react to the bounce, because you don't know where it's gonna bounce. The angles could be very slightly different, and if the goalie misjudges it even a little, oops, goodbye. That is a goal.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
hey,
that's gonna be-
now we're on Obscura, and Alpha Me is been taken to it. It's
Yep.
right there. Rune sends his regards.
We're gonna see the power play here come out. Ooh, double shriek actually coming out from Aaron,
Oh!
which is huge. Oh,
Double KO
Ostini
coming out.
showing us the scrolls of X right now coming out. But as I say that, he's gonna be shot 36 times in the chest, and he's gonna be sent off the map. As Calamity Queen 3 and Alpha B just absolutely light him up. My gosh. Ironic, because fire. Okay, anyway, so we're going to be getting back into it here. I with a nice little shrink ray to keep the core forward, but it's not going to mean much. We are going to have an open goal for both teams. Now, Alpha Me with a scoring opportunity, but no cooldowns, and that just means that Ostini with the X Maximus is going to be a bit too big for Aimi to handle. It's going to be able to get that first set over for the side of Chikara Fire, with I going to be the one with MVP, and that is cast to last. Actually, importantly, this is an interesting draft. Erica denied Demolitionist here and give cast to last to X because Juliet can't deny it. But Juliet, nope, they opt into cast last going to I. It would have been interesting to see Demolitionist goes to Julie. That's really, really big. I think I would have liked to see that swapped around, but honestly, Prize Fighter and cast to last is not something I'm going to be complaining about either. Additionally, we are going to see the Super Surge drop down to Aimi, which is really, really big, but honestly, team player also no slouch either. Also, Stagger Swagger, no slouch either, especially in this game. So, honestly, kind of everyone just got what they wanted. Oh, never
Yeah,
mind.
and unfortunately,
except Ostini, who has a dead training now. Yeah.
who now has 0 prize fighter stacks. Yeah, I mean, team player. We've talked about it a lot. Naga Strike has been taking it. I think got it every single game. Like it's really good. Kid named Core Speed is not to be understated. And oh my God, Great Ostini looking to reclaim the stack from from the one who took it from him. And desperate to get that awakening back online. And I'm such a prize fighter believer. It is so powerful, and you can make so much happen with it. You just snowball to infinity and beyond. But here, oh my God, Calamity Queen able to get their stagger back, living again. And hey, we talked about it briefly, but rapid fire Castellas on this era. Wow, wow, wow. Me when you were small forever. Congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Calamity Queen 3 is just not really able to participate in the game too much. Every time the core just comes close to him, he's gonna get shrunk. And I mean, I think the difference is just the scoring opportunity. I mean, like oh my God, Calamity Queen 3 actually. As I say that, the caster's curse strikes, and Calamity Queen 3 able to get a nice little pocket. By the way, Calamity Queen touched the core 3 times that round,
Big.
right? Like that is still the power of rapid fire cast to last era, right? That's I mean that's like a 5-second cooldown on like a 3-second debuff or something like that. So I mean, obviously not quite as airtight as rapid fire heavy impacts, but like that's still fine, right? Like that's not something that you're not gonna worry about too much. Is that being said, Great Ostini with an excellent strike war win is able to nab that final goalie barrier. Can he make it happen again though? No, but Core does find it to him eventually, but he might pay for that with his life here. Calamity Queen 3 probably smelling blood in the water here as well as Imi right now, but ooh, not able to find it with that Super Surge Cyber Swipe, but it doesn't matter. Oh, Calamity Queen 3 able to actually get that KO, and I almost able to actually snipe away a cheeky little goal. And now the dash punch is there to find it. The flip does come out, but it's basically checkmate defended by the side of Naga Strike here with a nice little now primary. But Alpha Me now with a scoring opportunity. Barrage does come out. Calamity Queen 3 is going to be thrown around the map, and his seconds are probably numbered. Oh, but barely survives the X Maximus. The flip comes out, goes right to Ostini, but not going to find anything. And now it's going to be the one. Oh, but a great interrupt on the pass from Imi, reading the minds of Chikara Fire, is able to snipe away that goal. And now they are 2 points into this set and looking good to bring us to our third 1-1 set line.
Yeah, oh my God, Calamity Queen 3, what an inspiration to us all. Actually showing up on the field in a hospital bed, because unfortunately they are shrunk and getting beat to a pulp by X constantly, and still able to draw aggro, still able to dash punch those barriers, get the orb in the middle, get big, even rack up some KOs. Honestly, in a wheelchair, in a hospital bed, it's strapped in a straitjacket, still able to make all of those done. Saved 13 orphans in a Lamborghini and paid off my student debt. Like,
that is
what
crazy.
can't this guy do?
This guy is doing everything right now, and despite all the advantages. Oh, look at the size of that X!
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
X lore.
Yeah, and it's gonna be defended away as well, which is even crazier. I mean, that was insane. Ostini, unfortunately, gonna have to limp away from that engagement, and in fact, he's not gonna be limping away. He's gonna be dead. Actually, Calamity Queen 3 bringing a friend over to that hospital bed. As now the flip does come out from both remaining members of Chikara Fire. Now the Grace Ostini is gonna be back on that pitch though, and ooh, that looked really dangerous there for a second with the core flying around. But Ostini is back and ready to tango, and tango he does. But as I say that now, Calamity Queen 3 just needs to get the core one more time, and the dash punch might seal the deal. But as I say that now, we've got an open net for both teams here. Ostini not able to connect with a bull rush, but the Maelstrom is there to keep the play going. And now Great Ostini able to find one thing into the net, but not the thing that he wants. Now has to seal it away, finish what he started now, and not gonna find it. The Giga's gonna keep the tempo going, but no, Great Ostini is going to be there with the X Maximus to prevent the set from ending just quite yet.
Yeah, able to strike ult, strike it straight into the goal, and Prize Fighter has been offline all set, but now the Great Ostini is completely online, ready to just tear it up, and it's all about that one Prize Fighter stack. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, 3 becomes 3 goals, 3 sets, best of 3 win. Like, Hey, I'm a prizefighter believer.
Yeah, and if the trend gets bucked here, if the reverse sweep on this set does happen, that'll be really good. I mean, Chrono Boost still up, right? Like that could be a potential era, just such strong era right now. So if that happens, I mean, things will be really, really dangerous if AlphaMe will not be able to deny I. And the way it's looking at, yeah, it looks like, I mean, their chances might go the way of the Dodo here. Is one Glowy Berry is going down. No, AlphaMe, no.
AlphaMe, no.
It can't happen. Not right now. No. AlphaMe, no, this can't happen. It can't end like this. No. Oh.
Oh no.
AlphaMe.
And that's a set win for Chikara Fire. AlphaMe has unfortunately gone to the internet grave. Like Omegle.
That's...
Godspeed, AlphaMe.
That is crazy. He's gone the way of Omegle.
He's gone the way of Omegle. And that's a Naga Strike, Quick Strike.
Yeah.
And an Among Us Amy.
Among Us Amy, huh. We are going to see built different, presumably denied away from the Julie, who had said will opt in that peak performance. Fighter Flight does go down to X, but I guess Naga Strike's going to be stuck with that glass, or AlphaMe is going to be stuck with that glass cannon, as unfortunately he's going to be off the field yet again. And
but hey, if I'm AlphaMe, and if I'm AlphaMe trying to, repossess my limp dying corpse, and I hear that I've picked up glass cannon, I'm happy. I honestly think I was probably AlphaMe's best pick out of what was left, and so very lucky. Didn't get left with like Spark of Agility. Great Ostini, I believe 5th pick, could have taken glass cannon and forced AlphaMe onto Spark of Agility. A little bit of metagaming. Just going the distance, but here we're having a party in the center. Welcome to my bouncy castle birthday party. There's cake on the table. You have to take your shoes off before you get in, and no food allowed. AlphaMe, I'm so glad you showed up.
AlphaMe.
Do you want some cake?
You want some cake? Yeah.
we got a 2-liter bottle of Shasta, and oh nope, we're just getting right back into it. Hey, welcome to overtime, by the way.
Oh yeah, you know what? We're right back in it. Overtime's here, and it's
overtime
someone's birthday, which means we have to party. Coming out right now, in a little castle right now. AlphaMe able to get a nice little barrage, which sets Calamity Queen up to get that final goalie barrier. And now, though, I and Ostini looking to even up the scoreline, which they do now. Naga Strike clears down into Ostini's hand. What a crazy dimer. And there it is. The X Maximus is there and ready to play. I mean, not really able to do so much. Too many angles that Ostini could take. And now 2 points away from the first Chikara Gauntlet victim going home.
Right, and here, yeah, Chikara Fire is just... I was gonna say it's a bit of a Chikara sweep. Oops. My bad. I forgot where we were. Hey, it's a bit of a Chikara blender. And one of these teams will be running away with it. Chikara Fire ahead in the race right now, looking great. But, hey, you can never count out. You never know what can happen in Osas. And you can never count out a team like Chikara Cheetos.
Absolutely.
Who's absolutely scrapping. Unfortunately, AlphaMe has DC'd once more. Having a little bit of trouble. And Great Ostini is just X-luring all over IME right now. Which, who is among us is unfortunately a little small. Having a bit of trouble with the behemoth that is X with Fighter Flight. Slick Kick's Fighter Flight even. It's just God's strongest boxer out here. I mean, is unfortunately God's strongest punching bag for the Great Ostini.
Yeah, and Ostini is only 1 point away from moving on here, and that final goalie barrier is going to go down. Things are looking so tough, but that being said, I being picked out on the sides here. AlphaMe has the opportunity with Calamity Queen. 1 goalie barrier does go down. Dash Punch makes it 2. The flip comes out. Can it be defended? Yes, it can. Ostini and Naga Strike with some good timed strikes means that it's going to be AlphaMe gone, and all of a sudden IME has to do or die here. This is your last potential play of Osas. You don't want to go out like this. But right now, things are looking so grim. Calamity Queen 3 is going to be caught in the goop, and it's going to be caught in the KO box now. AlphaMe is going to be up to resurrect where his brawler has fallen. Now Naga Strike going to clear downwards, going to Gonna be intercepted by a nice little glitch pop. The barrage is there, forcing out the flip. But no, Aimi's not going to find it with his cyber swipe. And that's gonna be Chikara Fire taking the series in a decisive game. And unfortunately, that's Chikara Cheetos gonna be walking home and the first victim of the Chikara Civil War here.
Yeah, a very, very close series. Chikara Fire just taking it in the end. A tactical KO. Taking out Calamity Queen for a little bit. Alpha Me very close to the forbidden midfielder tech of, hey, go score. But Naga Strike having a core flip, able to defend. And Chikara Fire was able to dime upgrade Ostini to finally put it in.
Yeah.
And yeah, what a heater of a game, especially that second set where Chikara Fire was able to claw it back from the brink.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was such a critical set win. I mean, a moment of silence for Alpha Me and his internet.
Yeah, Godspeed, you will be missed. I wish I had some sort of service to video call you on, but unfortunately,
it's unlucky.
Unlucky.
It happens. Hey, that's the game we all signed up for. That's how it is in this bitch of a world. But that's unfortunately it's gonna happen. But no discredit to the side of Chikara Fighter. The great Ostini and those last two matches, honestly, looked so crazy, finding so many goalie opportunities. I mean, this is his second game in a row where he's gotten 8 goals, right? Had 9 goal participation last game. Did not find that last assist to complete the trifecta of 2 games of 9 GP goal participation here. But I mean, no discredit as well to I, who did actually end up finding that 9 goal credit here. With that midfield era, I think honestly, we saw a Kai versus Era in both games, and I think I played the matchup really well. Recognized when he could use his, was able to swing that brawler matchup so critically with those shrink rays. Able to find so many good builds as well, right? The rapid fire in both games, the cast blast in this game, and honestly, just making Calamity Queen's 3's job really hard. Like, you're not able to convert if you can't play the game. For half of it, and I think that's just kind of what happened there. And I mean, and with that, I mean, Naga Strike, and the Ostini kind of showed that they were able to play that style of play incredibly well. And if you are Chikara X, who right before today was an undefeated team, you'll probably feel confident going into it, but you will have to respect this composition coming out from Chikara Fighter of basically setting up the great Ostini to X lore or Julie lore or Kazan lore, do whatever, right? Like, just to wreak havoc with on the enemy team with I'm stumbling right now, but like 21k damage on the X, actually 18k on the Era as well, versus the 12k and the 15k from their opposing forwards. So honestly, that's a huge damage difference. That's a huge pressure difference, even though they're the kind of equivalent on redirects. I think kind of equivalent on shots. I think that's kind of the key difference that happened that game. I essentially, Calamity Queen 3 was basically, I mean, like you said, put in the hospital bed. It turns out there was some foul play here. It turns out I broke his ankles out back behind the 7-Eleven for the game with that rapid fire pickup from courtesy of John Odyssey himself. Basically Calamity Queen 3 was not able to participate much. Like, just so much CC flying his way basically all the time, and Ostini on the flip side was enabled by the very same beams that had caused a lot of grief to Calamity Queen. So that's the Era pickup. That's the world we live in. Congrats to Chikara Fire for playing that composition perfectly, and they're going to be finding themselves for the grand finales of the Chikara Invitational here in losers. Essentially going to be facing up Chikara X in that next series.
Right, Chikara X on the broadcast earlier, going against casting a spell upon my mouth to embarrass me in front of everyone. I'm so nervous and sad, Uwu. And going against Magical Meeps, who are now sitting in grand finals. Chikara X dropped down to losers finals and has to face Chikara Fire, who, as we just saw, came off a heater of a set. Probably feeling pretty fired up, feeling warm, and not just because of Chikara Fire.
Oh, all of their profile images are like it's like the Kai going like like that thing, and then
Oh yeah,
they're all on fire, like all of
yeah,
their.
they're all fire icons.
That's awesome.
It's perfect.
That's sick. Shout out to them. Yeah, that's dope. I representing like the this is fine like meme era one, and then yeah, that's dope. They're on point.
Yeah, hey.
I'm rooting for them.
Yeah. Hey, all I'm saying is momentum is real. You don't need me to tell you that, but momentum is real. Coming off a nice set win is always going to be even the slightest bit of an advantage, but I think probably a little bit bigger than that. I don't know what Chikara X has been doing in the meantime, but if they're getting back into it, right now, then they're gonna have to take a little bit to get back into the flow, get ready to go against Chikara Fire, who is on a blazing pace, one might say. Yeah, I believe they're doing map pick and ban right now, which means we've got a little bit of time to.
Yeah.
Oh no!
What's up?
What's up? Oh, I think my internet's going out. I was gonna talk about how we have time to yap. Yeah, the Alpha Mead curse is taking me too. All I'm saying is I heard you speak 800 words in half a second. So either you learned how to speak in tongues and are going to get betrayed by Santa this year for Christmas, or
I'm seeing it on the
I'm
stream.
having a little bit of trouble.
No. I had like a fucking exorcist moment where I just my body spasmed on stream.
Yeah, no. Someone get this guy a priest right now.
Yeah,
someone save him.
Yeah, the Holy Spirit. Chikara Fire here. The flames of hell have claimed me. So I don't know. Maybe I'll be
spreading the magic around.
maybe I'm the one that's gonna be possessed here. Maybe it was me that was got. It was got the alpha me virus, the internet virus. Yeah. I mean, hey, we'll see. We're holding on. I can see that I get 2 bars to Denver. Oh wait, that's actually normal, isn't it? Yeah, I get like 56 to Denver or something like that. Hey.
Yay! Only Denver, everyone.
I don't know why I rolled up my sleeves. I'm wearing a sweater in Arizona. It's hot. I mean, it's still the dead of winter, but it was like 80 degrees today, by the way.
Hey, Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas! Happy holidays from the Grand Canyon State.
I hope you're full of Christmas cheer and a heat stroke.
I have worn nothing but t-shirts and shorts the entirety of the season, and like we're supposed to be like, I'm pretty sure like the winter solstice like happened, or is it like it's happening soon, or just happened, or is today? It's like somewhere around that
today.
That thing. Oh my gosh!
My good friend Google.com will save us.
Yeah, it was 80 degrees on the winter solstice today.
Happy winter solstice, everyone! Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy. I literally went outside and like, it was like, wow, I bought this sweater for nothing. Like I bought this just literally.
You bought this sweater for Osas finale day. You are brimming with Christmas
absolutely.
cheer.
There's nothing. Yeah, like that's all I have, because I don't need the warmth. Like I'm sweating. I'm sweating a little bit under this sweater here, having up to its name, kind of. I need to keep this rolled up, but I am committed. I am committed to the holiday cheer. I will be wearing this until the end of my cast. So.
Oh yeah, Brickbat found dead, dropped in the hospital.
I'm buckling down. Happy holiday.
Heat stroke. Yeah, falling victim to the Chikara flames.
I'm a bit of a winter warrior, as they would say. That's a thing, isn't it? That's like an actual thing. That's a Marvel movie, isn't it?
Is it? No, that's Winter Soldier,
that's
Captain America.
Character.
Yeah, you are Captain America.
Whatever.
You're right.
Thank you. You're right. I'm a man of the people.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right,
I'm not a winter warrior. Yeah. I'm a cold-blooded creature, and if it's not 90 degrees, I'm sad. I'm sad and cold, and I shrivel up and die.
That's fair. I think you'd get along just fine here in Arizona, where I think we also had like a really crazy summer. I'm pretty sure that like the amount of days that were not 100 when I was here back in the summer were like in the single digits for like 2 months. So that's cool. That's dope.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, get your thermostats revved up because they will be going up. But speaking of thermostats going up, the fire is coming closer.
Yeah, can you smell what Chikara Fire is cooking?
Yes, yes. Yeah, I'll work with that.
I think they're cooking cat girls. We're going to Amy's app.
What? Production? What?
Production is epically owned Brickbat. Brickbat is noob.
Whatever. All right. What? You know, it's fine. Fine. Yeah, we're starting to smell the wafts of roast beef or whatever people eat during Christmas. What are you eating for Christmas, Tsuyoshi?
I don't know. Probably like McDonald's. It's a holly jolly season for me.
I actually don't know. I normally I think we get like we have like a what are those like what are they like crocker pots like the what are they like where you literally just dump like meat, potatoes, and carrots in there and you just like let it stew for like 8 hours. What are those
cooker?
called? No.
Is that it?
Or like what the
like
dish?
Rice cooker?
The dish, yes,
Crock
update
pot.
from production. It's a crock pot. Thank you, Saya.
Update from production.
Little bit of trivia.
Crock pot.
Little bit of trivia. Saya will be enjoying Costco-style mashed potatoes and meatloaf for Christmas. So you know, honestly, it's red, so kind of Christmassy. Kind of there. You know, there are worse things you could do. There are worse things you could do, like. Well, I'm not gonna say it. We are getting into the game here.
There's always worse things you can do.
Absolutely.
And like take someone to Amy's app and force them to cast it. Hey, am I right or am I right? Who wants to see Erasmus today? How we feeling?
Well, yeah, it is.
What do you think?
Amy's app.
What do you
We're
think
back.
Erasmus has for Christmas dinner?
Fish.
Fish.
Yeah.
And perhaps even Magi carp.
Yep. Oh, I'm going to town if that happens. if he gets like out, it's not happening. Never mind. That's a Rasmus fan coming out.
Yeah, no more Rasmus.
Yeah.
Nobody cares what he's having for Christmas, and no more Asher. Not the Julie ban, which I believe Elo is a bit of a Julie fiend. So like Asher is, I agree, hard to deal with, but hey. I would take out this Julie character, and then we can ban Rasmus and Julie and play a real game on Amy's app, and not the Julie show. And hey, there they are, loaded in for everyone to see. We're gonna be seeing some dash punches today.
Well, yeah, and I mean, obviously, when Rasmus is not on the field, you're going to be seeing a Julie here on Amy's app, and that's a heavy impact start.
That's a heavy impact start. Hey, we're here to have fun. The Vice pick looking
this is
really
actually
nice.
crazy. This is actually a really insane start. Era, of course, rapid fire heavy impacts, the infamous 3-second beam, heavy impacts, of course, being so good. Yep. Let's get past it. We're going to see tons of those. It's nothing special just quite yet. Ostini, though, that was quite a special Strike War win. Really, really good. And that's going to lead to a goal, actually, with that level 2 coming out and getting that Flame Flurry, which means that's going to be a quick goal going the side of Chikara Fire. But going back to it, this Siphoning Wand heavy impacts Vice is going to do a lot of damage. Every single ability on Vice's kit is an impact, not to mention that with her primary, she benefits from heavy impacts very, very well. That being said, I believe that was a really good reverse dash run from Elo, but I'm going to get back to that. The Chain Lightning is like kind of bugged right now, which means that we might not actually see as many heavy impact procs as we should from this Vice, which I think might make a world of difference. So we'll see if that does happen coming out, though. Obviously, whichever midfielder gets the rapid fire, though, is going to be heavily advantaged coming into this game. And that's such an unfortunate whiff from Naga Strike. Had the opportunity, knew what to go for, but it might not matter here as Magi Carp is going to be the one facing that tail end of the Supernova. The Great Ostini, of course, going to be the one dash punched away and not able to find that final goal or that final dash punch win. And now Magi Kuiper's here with a small core, and that's going to be a goal out of nowhere. And all of a sudden, Alpha Me has struck once again. Is gone. Wait, did I DC? No, I's back? I swear I just saw them disappear off the top side of the map.
Oh, it might have been
can't
Vice
be-
Warp, which always makes me think someone DCs.
But it was post game, wasn't it? It was or post thing where they can't react.
Is it? Oh, well, that guy DC'd.
I think
That
yeah,
guy
it
gone.
disconnected from life.
Yeah, disconnected from
yeah.
this mortal coil. And really, I want to talk about matchups here because we've got, I think, two really interesting matchups. We have Julie's, whatever, Snore, Yawn. But we have Vice into Atlas. And Vice is character that does damage. Atlas is guy that denies damage. So that's really hard. But on the other side, one team has Mako and the other team doesn't. I think Mako might be pretty good right now. Some might even say the best character in the game or contender of definitely best goalie just for everything she has to offer your team. Whereas Atlas has really been in the meta dumpster. Not a super popular pick because he doesn't offer anything to his team. He heals you. That's pretty cool. But
Yeah.
otherwise, he's just there to hold it down.
Oh my god. What a
And
crazy
hold it down
shot
he
from
does.
Elo. Yeah.
Because Elo's got it like that and he's able to get it through this Mako.
And yeah, like, I mean, Atlas, when he was in the meta, right? That was the meta where, like, you had a lot of cooldown reduction. The Twin Drive still reduced the cooldown. You had Orbs, Infamous, Evil Drew Danger with the Atlas pick. Like, you had a lot of ways to get your expanse up. And, like, that's kind of how, when Atlas is strong. Oh, and excellent strike, actually, from Elo, so... But yeah, when this Atlas is able to do one thing, hold it down, and if he could get the cooldowns to do so, it is going to be really hard, which he can get with the heavy impacts. But as I say that, they hold it down, it might not even be needed. Elo is just converting on every single opportunity right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think Mako, we talked a lot about, I mentioned briefly, me when I talk a lot about anything, mentioned briefly that Mako is really good right now, but Dash Punch I think is really strong against her. Mako having a ton of multi-hits, but is really unable to deal with getting stunned because it cancels all of her moves. But that's Knife's Edge. And if you didn't know, hello, welcome. Knife's Edge procs on the center of Amy Zap, which means you are 40% power and 30% speed most of the time.
The Atlas just denied CTL from his own era.
Oh, wow. I think it might have been a potential deny from Mako, but
Mako gets aerials anyways, which is better.
Yeah, Mako
sure.
does not like Cast Slash. It only procs on the linger of Mako's secondary and the cage, technically, because it's a creation.
Yeah.
But it only procs on the linger, which lasts for 0.5 seconds after she releases it. So Cast Slash on Mako is not a huge pickup. Unless it was to deny Vice, which I believe was also after the draft, but I think Cast Slash Vice is annoying, but not better than
not
Cast Slash era.
Yeah. I don't know. That honestly might be a draft losing pick. I really don't like that, but honestly, as I say though, I mean, the side of Chikara X is proving me wrong. That being said, Elo is going to be gone off the map for now, but we'll see if Magikarp will be able to bring it back. And a really nice KO from the Atlas. The Iron Spear does come through. Good back pass from Magikarp, actually. Sends it right back to Wavewalker to get a nice little clear despite the flip from I. And now we've got a flip finally coming out. Going to be used defensively, though, here. Magikarp, unfortunately, is going to whiff his. And that's scoring opportunity now for the Great Ostini. But Elo with a really critical strike war and a really nice pass. Blows that flip defensively. I now there to help on that top side on the defense. Great Ostini does have an opportunity here. Is going to be denied away by the Expanse. Now, Elo trying to heal up is not going to have too much to work with here. The dash punch, though, from the Great Ostini is going to miss. And oh no, the pass goes a little bit too wide here, and that means that flip is going to come out from Wavewalker here. Now, I desperately trying to help that defensive play from Naga Strike. Dash punch, not going to find anything from Elo. Now, Maelstrom is up, but it's going to not mean anything. And now, a dimer right through the Maelstrom, right through the center, field goaling it from I. It's going to send it right into the Great Ostini's hands, who Wavewalker can only guess where it's going to go. And that's going to be a nice little point coming out for Chikara Fire. Honestly, props to I. That was a beautiful pass.
Yeah, Chikara Fire, feeling a little fired up. And just blitzing that barrier right then and there. But Naga Strike with a bit of a delayed strike. Oh, no.
No,
It puts
that
it
is
in.
so unlucky. Yeah. I think just maybe a little bit of lag. Maybe, I caught the Alpha Me virus. I got me too. I'm unfortunately out with the Alpha Me cold right now. It could have gotten Naga Strike there. It could happen to anyone. But hey, even if it didn't, every goalie gets their one. That's that. You know, the rest is soul daft grass, but that's what you said, and hey, that's what happens sometimes. Right now, speaking of getting one alpha, right now it's going to be Alpha Me, or sorry, not Alpha Me, Magikarp, going to be taking a lot of damage, but is able to regen as I stumbled over my words there. Now the Great Ostina, though, with an opportunity to get a goal, not going to find it. Nice little back clear behind the goalie barrier from Wavewalker, is going to hold it down yet again with the astral projection here, and now Elo able to convert with a nice little punch on the Julie. Now has the opportunity to score here. Going to be stopped, though, by I with that entrance. Now Elo going to be trapped in the ensnare drums for now. Ostini getting the Flame Flurry out. The Supernova is there as well to assist on the clear, and now Ostini able to get that nice little orb to heal up. Much needed. Now Naga Strike making me sweat a little bit here as Great Ostini is going to be the one to find a KO here as we get into overtime here. And now the flip does come out defensively, and it's going to find its way into the enemy net. Wavewalker with a perfect angle on that core flip is going to steal the goal right under Jakara Fire's noses.
Yeah, Iron Spear strikes again. Wave walking all over Mako low right now, as unfortunately Mako just does not have the mobility to cover the net like that and cannot catch cross-map core flips. It's super hard to deal with, but you know, what do you do? As talking about Mako though, Atlas, hey, great at holding down those barriers. The barrier's down though, has a little bit of trouble, but oh my god, Wavewalker.
Oh, Wavewalker!
Or in the pauldrons, a little bit bigger. This guy's huge, but literally the same exact thing. Cannot cover, does not have the mobility to cover cross-net core flips. So, what goes around comes around. An eye for an eye, a core flip for a core flip, and a goal for a goal.
Yeah.
Oh, A and I.
All right, we're talking so much about buttons, but like this is a critical point here. This either is a 2-0 takeaway for the side of Chikara Fire, or sorry, Chikara X, or it's going to be a way to even up the score here. Now the Great Ostini with a good Strike War win. Flame Flurry not going to connect, but I is there with a Supernova. The Maelstrom not able to find that angle that they want, and that means the Great Ostini able to take advantage of all the chaos. Takes the set home for Chikara Fire, evening up the game here.
Yeah, Wavewalker hitting the Soren angle, bouncing it in the middle. Wave walking a little bit too close to the sun, and Great Ostini is able to get in there and win a Strike War to put it in. And I see an error hovering Rapid Fire.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much. Oh, the Rapid Fire actually.
But the deny
yeah,
from
I mean, that's what you gotta
Wavewalker.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's not much you could really pick up. The Prize Fighter, honestly, is a big one that you missed out on. But Spark of Strength as well. Even the anything that increases that dash punch range here, especially since it is Imu Zap, and it is Imu Zap, and you always want to look for those dash punch KOs. That being said, Prime Time is actually going to be passed up on. Instead, it's going to be Wavewalker picking up the extra special, which I think is a little bit interesting here. But hey, you know what? He's the one on the field, not me. And as I say that, the one not on the field right now is the Great Ostini, who's been sent off the map with a nice little dash punch. And now Magikarp trying to get the core down the field, able to get so with a Strike War win with assistance of the Bewitching Beam. Now Elo looking not healthy right now. The Great Ostini looking for a KO, but he's actually not going to find it. Good protection coming out from Wavewalker here. You don't just need Celestial Intervention here to save. And oh no, Ostini with an unfortunate angle on the strike will eventually just do the clear for him. Now I and Naga Strike going to be the one on the defensive here as pass goes up to Magikarp. Bewitching Beam not going to find anything, but the Great Ostini's dash punch will ring true. Now 9 seconds left on this power play. Wavewalker, Cosmic Expanse does come out, but nothing happens from it. And now a nice punch from the Great Ostini is going to be finding that goal. And now, for the first time this game, it's going to be Chikara Fire pulling ahead.
Yeah, and the flames are turning up as Great Ostini just puts it in with the punch right there. Doing blitzing it. And these Julies are just finding these KOs out of nowhere. And Great Ostini and finds another one. It's what he does.
Yeah, I just realized
Atlas,
that's heavy impact 1-2. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's heavy impact 1-2. And hey, Rapid Fire not exceedingly, not super turbo Julie Biss, but having more punches means you have more damage. You have more opportunities to stun the goalie in scoring opportunities. It's not overwhelmingly Julie's best awakening, but Rapid Fire is good on every character in the game. It's 40% off your primary ability. And Elo not sporting the rapid fire, instead, Spark of Agility being picked up last draft, able to get there a little bit faster and put it in with the cross. The puffy angle, as the old folks would say.
Yeah, rest his soul, by the way.
Yeah, crossnet strike, God rest his zombie bones. I miss him every day.
Ooh,
And just like I miss the great Ostini, who's been extra special maelstrommed straight to hell.
Yeah, that's going to be a conversion as well, despite the effort of Naga Strike with the ensnare drums here. Now, I trying to get it past Elo, but it's going to be barely saved. The dash punch just pixels too shallow, and that mistake is going to cost Elo his life here. Now, Wavewalker has to make the defense here, not able to hold against the Flame Flurry, and that's going to be great Ostini with a nice little strike and dash combo, going to stuff it into the net, and now Chikara Fire barely once again pulling away and ahead, but we'll see how long this momentum lasts here, as it has just been going back and forth all night between all remaining Chikara teams.
Yeah, the Chikara teams, I imagine, have played against each other quite a bit and are just going back and forth, fighting to get any sort of leeway. And Chikara Fire ahead right now, but even in the last set, Chikara Cheetos were ahead a lot, and oh boy, Elo has been smoked, and Great Ostini just rushes in there out of nowhere and puts it in.
That was a crazy snipe from actually. Spark of Strength, heavy impacts, making the power core knockback actually fairly significant, which means that Elo is going to be sniped away, and with that, it was just all too easy with the Mako drums for the Great Ostini to find that perfect spot. And now we've got an interesting draft here. It's going to be Deadeye going to be picked up here, but Among Titans actually passing up on the Monumentalist here, which I think is actually pretty important. I think size is, of course, really, really strong, especially if you can't deny size from either Juliet. So you want to be the big Juliet on campus, right? With those dash punches. But honestly, also Twin Drive going to be actually passed up for team player. Gosh, times have changed. An interesting draft actually really coming out. Of course, team player, not awful, right? It's such a good thing. Even I would definitely say competing with the Twin Drives, but of course Twin Drive is really the best on Atlas, and Monumentalist with the extra special. I'm surprised to see Magikarp pick it up, but hey, they're the ones that are looking good right now, as we're gonna be seeing the Ensnare Drum doing a bit more. Yeah, a bit more than just trapping. Going to be seeing a little bit of the Rage Cage essentially come out here from Naga Strike. But as I say that, is going to even up the score count, and all of a sudden we're just seeing strikers off the field left and right. Now the Great Ostini with a dash punch, gonna not go off the map, but even if he did, the Revive was there to catch him. Now the Great Ostini trying to find that defense with Naga Strike. It's going to be sent away with a perfect pitch and a perfect angle as well. Means that goalie barrier is going to go down, but the Great Ostini is once again in that KO box, joining that party. Oh, and Maelstrom will confirm that final goalie barrier is going to go down. Is there as well with the clear, but doesn't win the strike war. Now things are looking claustrophobic as we get in overtime here for Chikara Fire. The Maelstrom comes out, not able to find anything just yet, and now the Great Ostini able to even up the score on this point for the dash punch. The flip does come out from Magikarp, but is there waiting to get that opportunity. The Shrink Ray not able to find its mark. The Maelstrom is out, but it's not going to be in the right direction. The flip comes out from Wavewalker as well, as now Naga Strike is there. With a nice little dimer over to Ostini, and the dash punch will seal it in for Chikara Fire. And after such a back and forth point, it's going to be Chikara Fire 2 points away from taking the first map.
Yeah, we are looking at heavy impact 1-2 punch Big Fish, Julie, on Amy's app. Bit of a threat, and I want to go back to looking at the Among Us pick on Magikarp over Monumentalist, and I like the concept of picking Among Us to just get your Knife's Edge Julie even more size, BD, and again because now Elo is just a massive stat stick. He is big, he puts out a ton of damage and is fast. Like that's insane. It's such a threat. But I think Manu is still a better pick just because Magikarp has extra special. Oh my god! But he doesn't need it. As it turns out,
the Maelstrom was perfect. It killed the goalie with the core flip and blocked off the path anyways to grab that core. So a perfect checkmate coming out from Magikarp, and honestly, great play from Elo as well, looking to be the favorite Juliet here in the mirror. But as I say that, the Great Ostini is going to put some pressure onto Wavewalker, but it won't matter. Supernova comes out, Elo trying to limp away from that engagement after being struck. Yeah, being basically thunderstruck. Ha, that's a reference. Flame Flurry does come out, and it's
Oh
gonna
my
be
god,
actually
these
flip.
NATOs!
Yeah, these NATOs just basically taking names here.
Oh
the
my
pass
god.
from Magic Carpet on the dash punch, and Elo is gonna secure that point away, and now we're 1 point away from going to that set 5 kind of game here on Amy's lap.
Yeah, doesn't have the awakening, but Magikarp feeling a bit like a team player, just diming up Elo so well to just dash punch it in. I can only imagine the comms in that set quite going, I have dash punch, and Magikarp says, okay. Anyway, Elo doesn't have dash punch anymore, used it to kill the great Ostini, who's no longer with us. And another insane NATO coming out
Whoa.
to just disrupt, and that's Elo.
Oh my god.
Strike dash punching it in. What do you do?
Yeah.
Just-
Chikara X is looking crazy right now. They in that last set, I don't know, something turned on. Elo and Magikarp were just taking they were winning every single engagement, and now that's going to be a huge reward here. The Chrono Boost going over to Magikarp, and if this Mako doesn't deny, actually might opt into that Super Surge, which is really, really good on the character. That's going to be a huge Juliet. Yeah, that's triple size Juliet, basically.
I think that's a game-winning Demolitionist right there. Knife's Edge, double size, and among Titans to seal the deal, and Elo is an heavy impact for fun. Hey, just icing on the cake. Elo is incredibly big, incredibly fast, incredibly strong. Literally has it all. And, you know, yeah, Chikara Fire, Great Orsini just getting in there, trying to kill Elo, doing whatever they can. But I don't think it's going to be enough. The only thing he's lacking is outstanding like amounts of stagger to survive this Vice. Doesn't need it if he just kills the Vice. If he just like doesn't die to dash punch. He's so big. Unfortunately, not quite winning these interactions as the core goes behind the barrier, but oh my god, he can just do that. It wasn't even close. Like a normal Juliet would not be anywhere close to killing there, but that Flaming Flurry is just bigger than anything Naga Strike can cover with the core flip, and Elo is a massive glaring threat on this field right now.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, it is Osas. Anything can happen. This is where miracles do come to life, especially, you know, with the holiday cheer coming out. But oh man, it's looking dark and gloomy for the side of Chikara Fire here. Elo looks so crazy with this build on Juliet. That being said, though, Magikarp's going to be the one fighting for their lives. Celestial or the Astro.
Celestial Intervention.
The Celestial Intervention does come out, and the Great Ostini is going to be the one to pick up the KO on the dash punch. Now trying to march the core forward here. The power chord comes out, but it's going to be cleared away perfectly by Wave Walker. Now the flip comes out, buys a little bit more time, but the core speed is just going to be used against him to take that goalie barrier. Now Great Ostini taking blow after blow after blow, but is still staying alive. The dash punch from Elo, so he's not going to connect, but he's not going to pay for it with his life. Oh yes, he will. The Flame Flurry actually comes out, but Magikarp with actually Bewitching Beam is going to be snagging that in a reverse power play. The goalie barrier now. Great Ostini has an opportunity to score here. Oh, the Tornado actually picks it off, but it's the Missile Propulsion Mako that snipes that core away, and now we are even here in the final set of the game. A critical point for the side of Chikara Fire.
Yeah, from downtown, the Aerial's missile prop cage, first of all, traps Magikarp, forces an incredibly delicate situation where the core is in the cage, right on the goal line, and you can't let it in. But if it hits anywhere in the cage, you're just threatening that interaction. And then a random jump scare snipe from the primary. Right after getting it out, too, this projectile range on Naga Strike is going crazy. And now, oh my god, crazy passing plays coming out from Chikara X, but ensnared.
KO! That is crazy! It KOs
put away,
with the flip
Julie.
as well, but hey, Elux though is there to return the favor. A flip for a flip, a Magi for a Magi. And now Naga Strike is going to be the one on the defensive, not able to hold against Elo, and he's going to have the Demolitionist. The Flame Flurry is there, and there's only so much you can do. There are so many things hitting that core, and Elo is going to be the one finding credit for that goal, 1 point away from taking out that first map here in the series. And as we get into it here, the kickoff is going to find itself bot side. The perfect pitch, not going to find that exact angle that they want. And now the dash punch is going to not find the KO, but the supernova is there instead from I. Now Wavewalker though does get a nice little clear on the bottom side, has Flip to work with. The Celestial Expanse does, or the Astral, the Expanse comes out, and the Great Ostini is trying to find something right now. Elo now back up and ready to play here. Though the Maelstrom is now out from Magikarp. I trying to get it downfield, able to get it with a power core. The Great Ostini not going to connect with a Flame Flurry, but he's going to find the KO out of nothing with the dash punch, and he's going to win that strike war against Magikarp. And that's going to be point 5, set 5 here on game 1, and we are in the most critical point of this series so far.
Right, the final point. After the Great Ostini won that huge strike war against Arabeam, anything is possible. I've been gassing up Elo this entire game for being massive and Knife's Edge. But, oh my god, Chikara Fire might have what it takes.
They have it! It's a 1v3 situation! The goalie barrier goes down, I pass down to Ostini, pass up to Ivy, and Snare drums is there, it's bouncing back and forth, and Wavewalker with a strike roar win, but betrayed by his own Expanse means that Chikara Fire, despite it all, is going to be taking the first map, and oh my god! What a play from I, honestly. The dash punch from Ostini didn't find it, but the supernova was there to follow up. Chikara Fire is looking so great, and you guys could all fill in that pun in your head, but they're looking fantastic right now, and MVP of that game, I, 100%, 34k damage, 220 redirects on the Vice. That is, like, if I'm doing the math correctly, 60 more than anyone else in the game. 60 more redirects on a Vice, no less. 5 KOs, so much damage, 8 goal participation, and made the game-winning play with that supernova. Allowed the Great Ostini to have that dash punch up as well. I mean, that was insane. An insane performance. That was the craziest performance of a Vice that I've ever seen. Yeah, props to Chikara Fire. Props to I for absolutely pulling that one out and sending Chikara Fire to be 1 game away for, making it out of the Chikara Gauntlet and meeting up with Magical Meeps. And my gosh, that came down to the wire. That's the Osas finale that we know and love here. And yeah, Merry Christmas, because these teams are giving right now. Holy crap.
Absolutely. It's the season of giving, and this Christmas I asked for a banger Osas finale. And we're only in losers finals, game 1, yeah. Right? And Santa has delivered upon me a bounty of gifts.
Yeah.
And, oh my god.
I mean, I can't get over that final play. That was an insane final play. That was,
I don't know, an eye sweep.
They mind linked, like Chikara Fire, they read each other's wavelength to a T. That was crazy.
They had a haiku breathing technique themselves together and just executed perfectly.
Yeah, that was.
Oh my god! The next map, we're going to Taiko Temple.
Oh yeah, the dojo. The dojo.
Step into the dojo, everyone. We're about to get some wacky interactions. Hey, if you like things in the middle on your maps, this is the series of maps for you. This is the one for you.
I mean, how many maps? That's so many maps. Honestly, that's like what. That's one of the things on Clarion Corp. That's Atlas's Lab. That's
a lot of things at Clarion.
That's Taiko Temple. That's Night Market, I guess, in a way. Yeah, Night Market. Yeah,
sort of.
Like Terrain in the
Inkies and Aten. 2 open maps. People are afraid to talk about it. I am too. I hate Inkies. But like, hey, Aten, big open map.
Yeah, that's true.
Kind of refreshing sometimes to just show up and make passes that aren't.
Yeah. And you know what? I've been saying this constantly every time I'm on cast, every time we go to Atlas's Lab. Aten City it resembles beta maps the most, but that is not default Omega Strikers. Vanilla default Omega Strikers is Atlas's Lab. Atlas's Lab is
100% agree.
Omega Strike is John Omega Striker's home.
That is John Omega Striker's in his log cabin that he built 100 years ago.
Yeah, that is that.
Honest
let
John.
It be known. Let it be known. Honest. The most honest map in this game is Atlas's Lab. I think. I don't know why I brought that up. I just wanted to bring that up. But
you're right.
Yeah.
But you're right, and I'm so glad you said it, because everyone has to know that is correct. Jonathan Odysseus you know, upon his wooden steed takes you to Atlas Lab for a good wholesome game of Omega Strikers. And hey, a Mako ban.
Yeah, honestly,
Big.
deserved.
Yeah,
that
Mako's
was
really good on this map, and hey, she's really annoying to deal with. Asher ban coming out once more. Elo once again forced to the weak character of Juliet. Once again, welcome to my sarcastic joke. Juliet's really good. Thumbs up. Elo played really well in the Juliet last game, especially. But whoa, I believe that's a Naga strike now, just like we saw in the Demon Deus last set. So pulling out the backup pick. Interesting. I'm not quite sure how it will perform on this map, but hey, Chikara X running the same comp they were, and I've got to say, I hate to be a hater, because whenever I'm a hater, it backfires. But I don't. I like the Julie era. I think that's a really nice comp on this map. But I think, like, not even era X because it's era X. I think X might just be really good on this map. I think I prefer the era X, and then the Wavewalker running in on the Atlas on paper seems really good on this map, but I think the Omega Strikers meta has shifted so much away from super defensive goalies that now games, oh my god, games are decided when Elo decides to put some guy in the dirt. Oh, but both barriers down for Chikara X, and I really think Atlas, who doesn't offer any forward pressure to his team, is not a game-winning pick. Yeah. I can't say that I think Atlas has great success in this meta right now, but oh my god, Magikarp has 100% success rate with these tornadoes, sniping down Naga Strike and getting the goal all in one, all together now. Say it with me, Magikarp Nado on a primetime reverb start, by the way. Whoa, welcome to Primetime City, population era picks. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's gonna definitely make a difference here, especially depending on, you know, which era gets the rapid fire, which era gets the heavy impacts, which era gets the cast to last. It's gonna make a world of difference here, as we are getting into it right now. Magikarp, after a wonderful Nado, finds himself with that flip as well, looking for the potential McDouble, but it's gonna be I finding that critical strike ward winning against Elo, which means that Wavewalker now gonna blow all of those key Atlas cooldowns that we come to know and love, and now Elo trying to get possession of the core, but the Tycho Temple's going to drum it up and around, and that's a double! McDouble coming out from Magikarp, and Elo's going to be there to follow it up cleanly, and that is an instantaneous goal coming out from the side of Chikara X.
Yeah, hey, I'm looking at it right now, and maybe I was wrong. Maybe the Juliet is just going to perform better than this X. It's so much easier to get barriers on Juliet. Oh my god, but hey, my bad, Caster's Curse. X will be taking it all, and might be even taking this Atlas's life with the core flip, and now it's just Magikarp and Elo left to defend. But on the core flip, Elo strikes just a little bit too soon, trying to read Ai's timing, doesn't get it, and Ai is free to just put it in top corner just like that. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, props to the Great Alstini, basically just killing Wavewalker out of nowhere. Almost ends up getting KO'd out of nowhere himself, but manages to stay on. Elo's gonna limp away over to that Celestial Intervention. Yeah, I think I got that one right. Magikarp now winding up the Maelstrom. Is going to be ping-ponged back a bit by Naga Strike's primary, but Naga Strike now playing very aggressive, playing up, allowing Ai that time to get in that right position. Now the Flutterfly does come out again for both eras here, as one goalie barrier goes down for the side of Chikara Fire, and now Wavewalker with the top side clear has to blow that evade or might be threatened with that KO from the Bell Ringer. Now Naga Strike has that defensive flip to work with, but I is there with a nice little strike bar win, but it won't matter that Ash Punch ends up confirming that last goalie barrier here. Now goes into a nice little corner, and an unfortunate Maelstrom means that this play is not over just quite yet, and Naga Strike barely missing that strike means that it's going to be the first set going over to the side of Chikara X.
Yeah, Chikara X just kind of dominating that set. You know, maybe Tycho's their favorite map.
That is rapid fire. And no, we cannot be taking Tylus. Please do not take Tylus, please. Rapid fire.
Please take rapid fire. Yeah.
Okay, yes, they realized.
Yeah, from the Aether they heard, and that's prime time rapid fire era.
Yeah,
hey, GG.
Listen, That's all she wrote for this era matchup.
That's all she wrote.
That's a primetime rapid fire. Heavy impacts, Castellas, Chrono Boost, all still on the table, all still crazy. And that being said, that is all three sides gone. But I think the most impactful one is going to be that Demolitionist, which went over to Elo. Timeless Creator, of course, not going to be anything to laugh at as well on the Atlas. That being said, it's going to be Chikara Fire, the ones coming out swinging, getting that first goalie barrier and making Wavewalker sweat a little bit, but they are going to hold strong, and they are able to answer with one goalie barrier of their own. Now looking to try to get it forward to the Great Ostini, able to get a nice little bounce to take out that final goalie barrier. Maelstrom, though, charging up for Magikarp, but it won't matter too much, as looks like the core is going to find its way into the hands of Great Ostini yet again. Now the Bewitching Beam's going to find a KO and the core. And that's going to be picking up the first point of a set for his team.
Yeah, Chikara Fire instructions: preheat oven for 350 degrees. Let Chikara X take the first set and then turn it up full blast. All of a sudden, and yeah, Wavewalker has just been getting KO'd, and I mean, obviously Atlas. Hello, Atlas. That guy has a heal move where he heals himself. But it's every 50 seconds, and Atlas, I think, just doesn't have the cooldowns to defend against, especially a goalie like Now, who's offering a lot of support with these projectiles, with these orbs to her team. It cannot defend against these three forwards, unfortunately, though, and Now has a little bit of trouble defending against the dash punch move. So it goes both ways.
Yeah. I mean, that was just such a good offensive play from the side of Chikara X. They made it so that they absolutely could never dig it out, and so that's going to lead to them evening up the set here. But the Great Ostini, with a nice little X Maximus, trying to even the score here and pull back here on the set, is able to get two goalie barriers. Bellringer almost makes it a goal as well, but it's not going to be just quite fine. But oh my gosh! Tycho Temple, the drum it up, with a just insane Demon Hagel dives up the Great Ostini, and just like that, that's a point.
It's Tycho time.
Oh yeah, welcome to the dojo.
Welcome to the dojo. We got the crazy angles on lock here.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah. Oh my God, just walk it in. Great Ostini holding core flip for right here, right now, getting it through the expanse, and then dashing to hit stun Wavewalker, and that's an open net, a dying Atlas, and an X Maximus being ripped. Oh my God!
X Maximus yoked away that core flip that was crazy from the Great Ostini, and now it's gonna be a dead Atlas with the Bewitching Beam from and all of a sudden it's over. The set goes the way of Chikara Fire.
Yeah, that's insane. And Wavewalker rocking the pauldrons too. It's not enough to deal with all the damage that Era X is putting out. And I mean, whoa, but that's Chrono Boost to Magikarp. Hey, happy primetime rapid fire Chrono Boost. Oh no, whoa! That's a quick strike for Magikarp.
Yeah,
hey, congratulations. Yeah. You've duped me once more. Mirror matches.
Yeah, and importantly,
primetime Chrono Boost.
Yeah,
really strong.
Also good. Yeah, I think that until like the cooldown, the heavy impacts, I think until that drops, I think that with this Chrono Boost pickup, it can swing. I think that Rapid Fire Primetime is still a little bit favoring. It's still a little bit more favored. I think that. Well, actually, I could be wrong. It's pretty close in power. It's definitely workable for both eras. I think that the future drafts will help determine this mirror matchup, though. But also, let's talk about too. I think this Spark of Resilience. I think we've already seen another Spark drop, but I think that extra HP is going to mean quite a bit for him, as considering how that last set ended. So we'll see if Wavewalker will be able to stay alive for a bit.
Yeah, Snake lore. Snake of Demon's Raw fame. Every time I see that guy pick Spark of Resilience in any game, tournament or otherwise, he stops dying and then wins. Set one, he will just die over and over, get Spark of Resilience in the first draft, and then that's it. Then that's a victory. So hey, Spark of Resilience not to be slept on. The 450 extra stagger, but hey, Wavewalker's not dying anymore, but still has to deal with the offensive pressure against the barriers and goal that Great Ostini and I are putting up right now.
Yeah, and I like also on top of just like, talking about the defenses, it's the single most like stagger granting thing in the game. Like even if you never get another spark, it gives you more than reverb, than big fish, than peak performance. It gives you more than any of it. So if you just need stagger, that's the one you go, even over those other ones. So I think with that, yeah, Wave Walker is going to be significantly harder to kill. I mean, 450 extra stagger, but stagger is not going to matter if you can't save the core, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Kind of deja vu from that last point. The Great Ostini finding goal after goal after goal. This guy is on fire right now. But yeah.
Hey, everyone fill in the blank. This is an exercise left to the reader. Congratulations, have fun.
Yeah, and right now the Great Ostini is going to be looking, if he keeps playing like this may go the way of Chikara Fire, and already pressuring Wave Walker forced to make a critical strike war win, but now it's Magikarp with a Maelstrom, is able to snipe one away, but can it be made two? Just a few redirects. It's going to be Elo, though, with a Dash Punch, able to find that final goalie barrier, but the Great Ostini, all three members are going to be here, actually, on offense. Flip comes out from Magikarp and Naga Strike, but it goes right in the hands of Elo with a dash. Is not going to find it, but Magikarp is going to be there, picking up the goal with a nice little strike. All members going to be on the top side of the net, so no one there to defend. And now, after a 2-0 lead on the set, it's going to go 1 point over. 1 point is going to go over to the side of Chikara X.
Yeah, Magikarp there, covering the clear, really nice. May only be level 7 in-game, but might be looking like a level 20 Magikarp getting ready to evolve. I don't know what the Gyarados equivalent would be. No, Gary 2. Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, Chikara Fire is about to put it in. Naga Strike just pushing up. Has some momentum boosts. Just stand on the midfield line and put up so much offensive pressure. Has the speed to get back to the net, drop a big drone there. Unfortunately, unable to save that barrier. I walks with the core. Getting it in. Oh, here comes Great Ostini.
Yeah, he's ready, and a good little redirect from actually the now primary keeps this just play going. Whoa. And we're gonna see the KO, and oh my gosh, what a checkmate! Naga Strike placing that primary literally perfectly to make it unsavable, and that plus the Maelstrom means there's literally nothing Wave Walker could do. I mean, Chikara Fire looks so coordinated right now. This game, last game, in the series before, they're looking so good right now, and this is going to be a specialized training going the way of the Great Ostini, who's already, you know, we did talk about how Wave Walker was harder to kill. Wave Walker did not get KO'd throughout the entire last set, but that was before the specialized training was picked up. But that being said, he's going to get another 350 stagger with a Spark of Focus, actually. And I think, like, 2 Sparks is where that breakpoint is of you just aren't killable. I mean, look at, like, we're about to see how much stagger. Yeah, look at that. I mean, look at the health bar from Wave Walker.
Holy. Yeah. Rocking 2200 dagger. Second most being Great Ostini with the Big Fish reverb at only 2k. Big Fish and reverb. 2 stagger awakenings. Everyone else floating at like a 1500 on a good day. But oh my god, Great Ostini just ran over Chikara X there. And really, hey, like, we saw Magikarp perform the cardinal sin of taking up Among Us instead of Monumentalist. And Monu on these lane maps where there's something in the middle, you can just Monu cover an entire lane.
Yeah,
it's so good, fellas. Monu is so strong on Era.
Yeah, Monu is really strong on Era as well. I mean, especially again in a lane map. I mean, like Infamous on Night Market as well. I mean, look at that. It doesn't matter how much stagger you have if you're just gonna be. You're gonna be whisked away on the tornado here, but the Great Ostini is not able to convert. Oh, as I say that though, he is able to get it after a few tries, and now Elo and Magikarp is gonna be the one on the defensive here. Flip, unfortunately, is gonna be whiffed, and they're gonna be punished with an open goal now. But the Great Ostini is gonna try to convert, not able to though. The Cosmic Expanse does keep the point going, but a good Maelstrom from I is going to pick off Elo on the side. Now the Bull Rush comes out, doesn't find its target. Oh, but an excellent strike from Magikarp steals away the goal, and Naga Strike, unfortunately too confident on the approach, leaves his goal wide open, and now we're even up on this set.
Yeah, all tied up, ready to go. Both teams are playing phenomenally. Like you said, Magikarp with just an insane strike there. But Great Orsini now approaching Wavewalker, and with I there to support him, getting the ball there. It's all about getting through this Atlas. And hey, taking a detour while his team's playing defense, Great Orsini is just beating up Elo. It's always fun to watch the brawler players just duke it out because, you know, it's easy to watch the core, watch like the midfielders, and just strike it back and forth, the goalies hold. Sometimes you just take a moment to watch the brawler just run around and hit people, and it's delightful. And hey, Great Orsini running around, right place at the right time, sitting there in front of Wavewalker, waiting to receive the core, gets it and puts it in. And now we are looking at series point.
Yeah. Great Orsini and Chikara Fire 1 point away from making it out of the Chikara Gauntlet, sending Chikara X home. But as I say that, that's one goalie barrier down for them. The Maelstrom is out from Magi Carb. Not going to find the KO, but is going to find that flip from Naga Strike. And now I staying calm and collected. The Great Orsini is there, and that's 2 goalie barriers down. And there it is! The Atlas Expanse is not there in time, and Chikara Fire in 2-0 fashion make it out of the Chikara Gauntlet, and they find themselves staring down the Magical Meeps to try to take it home for their org.
Right. Chikara X, who fell to Magical Meeps in Winners Finals, has now unfortunately fallen to Chikara Fire, and now Chikara Fire, rising from the ashes of the Chikara Gauntlet, is ready to take on Magical Meeps. Those who have defeated effectively every other Chikara team up to this point, who stands at the end of the road for all of Chikara. It is now Chikara Fire versus Magical Meeps in Grand Finals of OSAS Season 3.
Yeah, and Magical Meeps
takes it all.
No slouch. No slouches.
Nope, absolutely not.
Meep. I mean, they're there in Grands for a reason. They top 48 at Dubu Cup. They were a team, I think the only team from OSAS to do so, other than, I believe, a Seraphim team, but they're looking good. They won that series against Chikara X, which put them in this situation in the first place. And I mean, they're the team to beat. Lang looked so scary. Distatic looked really good as well. And I mean, I think we're about to see an amazing grand finals come up as Chikara Fire is going to be the one who burns all the other teams on their way here, and in their wake, they're going to try to take it home for their org. And we're here. We're at the end of the Omega Strikers amateur season. Omega Strikers amateur season.
You do it. Hey,
I ruined the moment. Hey, we're at the end of OSAS season 3. We're one series away from wrapping up this season. Again, I believe over 200 teams have entered, and we're now down to 2. Again, OSAS, always a very competitive, one of the biggest events, if not the biggest event in Omega Strikers, and now we are here in Grands. But it's not going to be me and Yoshi going to be the one casting it. We're actually going to be passing it up to Saya and I believe Flop, who's going to be joining us for Grands here to watch the conclusion of this grand event. 9 weeks have passed, and we're here. We're here at the end. So if you want to watch the grand conclusion to this all, stay tuned. But before that, we're going to go to a quick break, but keep those butts in their seats.
Yeah, stay tuned. OSAS grand finale coming up soon, TM. In the meantime, Breakbat and I are going into the Christmas box.
Oh yeah.
And not
cheers
coming
up,
back out.
Cheers up.
Hey, stay tuned. Happy holidays. Bye. See you soon. Don't go anywhere. Grand finals. Bye. See you soon. Bye.
Hello everyone, we're back with the finale of Omega Strikers Amateur Series Season 3. This is the last series left. It is the Magical Meeps versus Chikara Fire. Meeps from the winner's side, Fire, making the entire losers bracket run in this top 8. I'm joined by Chikara family member Flopdwop.
Hello, Saya. I am happy to be here. I've been watching on the sidelines. I've been quite fond of both teams. I've had a little bit of a hand in helping Chikara Fire on the side. And I'm kind of just a fan of Magical Meeps. I like their name. It's nice to see not a Chikara team.
Yeah, there were 3 Chikara teams when we entered the day. Now only one remains. Only Chikara Fire, I think one of the less expected ones after they fell to the Chikara Cheetos in the very first round of this top 8. But they still made it happen. They still advanced all the way. And now our first map appears to be Atlas Lab. This one is the pick of, I believe, the Magical Meeps pick. Okay, Magical Meeps pick Atlas Lab. Taiko Temple was picked up by Chikara Fire. And I heard you chatting a little bit about Taiko Temple. Is this something that Chikara Fire like really likes or something?
I've seen them run it in a couple games today, and I think they're okay on it. I wouldn't say it's one of their best maps, but they do like playing it. And you know what? I think the enjoyment factor of the map goes a long way. Even if it's not your best map, if you're enjoying it, I think that can take you a little bit further than maybe if you're just playing a map that you might know but not enjoy.
Yeah, definitely one of the more important things. The comfort factor as well, definitely here. Magical Meeps, undefeated technically in the bracket stage. Their start GG says 8-0. I don't know how accurate that is to the entire finale, but definitely a dominant team. We should be getting into games shortly. Make sure to get your channel point predictions in. This is the last series of Omega Strikers Amateur Series Season 3. Flop, before we get started though, another thing, what's it like? There are a lot of Chikara teams. Can you name them all?
Off the top of my head, no. I could name a couple. We have Chikara. There's Chikara Red, Blue, Green. Pretty much Chikara every other rainbow color. We have Chikara Fire.
Mm-hmm.
There's the fabled Chikara Glazers. I don't think they're a thing yet, but they're still coming. We have Chikara Ice, and then I guess if you really want to throw it in, there was my team to take Chikara Ice out, Chikara Ice Breakers, but that team's not really a thing anymore. We have Chikara X, Chikarmi. There's a lot.
I think those even named the Clinkers.
I did not. I forgot about the Clinkers. The
There's
Clinkers
so many of them.
The Clinkers are one of the teams I'm not too active in. I don't really talk to any of the Chikara Clinkers.
Damn, that's unfortunate. But 6 readies in the lobby. We're heading right into it. Atlas Lab for the first game. This is also the first East server game to be played today. The other ones have all been on Denver. Both of these teams a little closer in terms of proximity. But as we're loading in, it's Atlas's Lab. So what are some picks that you have your eyes on for these teams?
I think we are going to see a pretty common, at least from Fire, I think we're going to see what they've been running. I wouldn't be surprised if we see A on this era like he's been playing. And then Austin has been playing a lot of the X. That has gone through. So I imagine we'll see him on that. It does seem pretty common what he runs, and then I imagine we'll probably also see the Now. Interestingly enough, Meep's roster here is a bit off. I don't think I've seen them on these picks so far, except Blizzard on his Dubu, but Lang and Juno. Okay, Lang's back on the Rasmus, but the Juno I don't think I've seen. Maybe I just missed the game, but I haven't seen it so far yet.
Yeah, the Vice X looking a little scary when they're up against Erasmus and the Juno damage output on the side, and also a Mako goalie to buff them up. It'll definitely be an interesting one. We can see the starters now. It's heavy impact glass cannon. You know, Flop, I think Chikara Fire have quite the advantage in this first game.
Yeah, so this this Vice pickup is, I don't know if I'm allowed to say where they got this idea from, but I'm going to. This is actually a comp that was drafted by their coach. I don't know if it's like their official coach, but he Vlad Elena recommended it. And with this heavy impact start, they finally opted into it. They actually didn't opt into it the other round, and he wasn't too happy about that. But it looks like they brought it out. They're ready to play with it, and they've gotten their kill. So it seems like it's working.
Yeah, Vladimir, that's a name that we haven't heard in a while. Osas alumni, NASA Season 1 participant, and the great Ostini taking out the Blizzard. Now the goal wide open for the side. Chikara Fire looking to mount an attack here. A bit of miscommunication means the Bellringer sends the core backwards, but a great primary by Naga Strike will just send the core shooting all the way across the map. Dribbles, flip, but still, no goal is to be found. Lane capitalizes. Great Ostini in a 1v1 situation, but the Blizzard, true to his name, manages to hold on. The defense coming through. Lane now on the offense, but still, it is not found. Both the goalies with a great performance. And despite the KO from the great Ostini, the static on the top side finds an angle, sneaks it in. The first goal, despite the power plays, goes to Magical Meeps.
Yeah, I think we had a bit of just a little off moment. I think A just wasn't ready for the core to come around. It happens. I don't think it's something we should get used to, especially now that this is as late as it is, right? These teams are probably warmed up. I don't think we'll be seeing much more of that, especially from either of these teams, right? Finalist teams, they probably want to get through this, I imagine. Just because I know if I was playing, I'd want out, right? And they've been going on for a while, and
yeah, but there's one thing I gotta ask you though. So is it A or I?
Okay, so I think it's A. I is how I pronounce it because it's just how I've always pronounced. That's just how I've always pronounced I. I don't know how he specifically pronounces it. I've talked to him and he didn't correct me whenever I said I. So
yeah, but I get it because a lot of people don't correct you.
Yeah, that's fair. You know, sometimes it's easier to just accept that you've been called the wrong thing rather than try to fix it. I would know. I still have flashbacks to Whoop Whoop.
F drop, and also when people said key noob, you know, I think there was a point in time where almost everyone said key noob, but nowadays almost everyone says key noob is in the minority here. But the great Ostini not stopping. The Blizzard taken low. I sending the core rolling forward through the Tofu Fortress, which is not very effective. But the static yet again in the disadvantage. The reverse power play comes through yet again. But Naga Strike, that angle was just enough to stop the core from going in. It was almost an emergency for Chikara Fire. They managed to put it out, but they still have to score the goal. And you know, Magical Meeps, despite getting KO'd, despite finding themselves in 1v3 situations, they're still holding on, they're still scoring the goals. The Magical Meeps are looking like winners here.
A beautiful secondary from the Rasmus there to catch that little core on the edge. I do think this is a team, this comp, the Vice, the Mako, the X, while you do have a decent amount of core control with the Juno and the Rasmus, I think if this goes too long, this Vice and this X could be real problems, and then the Mako just buffing both of them. You don't really want to let this team get scalings. I think you are trying to end this game early. If you're Meeps or you're a Meeps fan and you want to see the game go in their favor, I think the game's going to have to end early. I think if we see a set 5 game.
Is Naga Strike the best goalie in Omega Strikers? Intentional angle behind the barrier, still loses it anyway because Magical Meeps are just too good. They take a 3-0 in this first set, a statement set in this grand finals where they have winner's side advantage. They have a reset to fall back on. They're trying to end it without even having to go to a reset.
Yeah, we will be seeing the hot shot for the Juno. Been rewarded for her efforts. That could cause a problem. These are very slow characters. No real way to keep up with that core control for Chikara Fire. And I don't really see anything else that looks like I don't see any saving grace for Fire here. Just okay awakenings, right? Yeah, maybe your X picks up something, but he's gonna opt into the fight or flight. I don't know. I think Hot Shot is the best thing in this draft, and the Juno got it. First round, it could prove really rough on this Vice and this X with their no movement abilities, right? Well, that core speed is not nice.
You say that, but there is one saving grace for Chikara Fire. They managed to deny away the Stagger Swagger, and that would be a problem for them. The damage pressure would be so much harder to put on. I is the one who possesses it at the moment. The Great Ostini continuing to beat people up, but both their barriers get taken. That's the story right now of this series. Chikara Fire gets the damage, gets the pressure, and then Magical Meeps finds a way to score, finds a way to convert, laying again on the breakaway. The Rasmus hook to the bottom side, mixes Naga Strike up, and that moment of hesitation means that you have to strike early there, and Lang wins those.
Yeah, Lang played that really well with the fake up pass to his Juno, and then just sacking it in that bottom. But something to note is that Glizzard and Static here are playing this defense extremely well. It seems like no matter what they do, they, even if they lose the barrier, right, they aren't losing the goal. And, that's what, at the end of the day, that's what matters, right? If you're not getting scored on, you're not losing, which means you're probably winning.
Another KO for the Great Ostini, but the KO counter is ticking up. The goal counter remains at 0 for Chikara Fire. They need to find something fast. With the core flip, trying to work their way in with Ostini. They're trying to move in, but nothing still found. Still defended away by the Glizzard. The defense coming through for Magical Meeps. They hold strong. The flip 2 defended by Glizzard. Who is this guy?
Hey, Glizzard. It's in his name. He is the Glizzard. This man, I ran into him the other day in solo queue, and he carried me. I'll say it.
Right, now laying low, dribbling Glizzard as well. The stagger looking scary for Magical Meeps, but the static is back, and that's a member that's so reliable that can clutch up and hold it down, as well as score the goals even in striker disadvantage situations. The static now wandering in the midfield, finds an opening, setting the core forward again and again, and Naga Strike loses control of it. Glizzard now, the static on a breakaway. The core now moving fast, but still struck second by the Glizzard. Now the static up, the slime so scary. Naga Strike defending, still laying trapped in the ensnared drums. The offense halts, but the offense just seems to never start for Chikara Fire. The core is always in the possession of the Magical Meeps, and that is another goal to the pile.
It seems like for Chikara Fire, anyways, we are finding a lot of damage and a lot of KOs, but they're just not able to capitalize off it. They're not able to translate those KOs into a meaningful play. Like the time's just. It's just XP farming, and you're not actually getting anything out of it. I think if they've got to figure something out, a way to convert.
Yeah, and with Naga Strike gone, spells doom for Chikara Fire. They're down 0-2. They're about to be down 0-2 in sets as well. They get one barrier across map, but the static jumps in, has a flip available, and there's only a Vice with no cooldowns in front of the net. Second set goes to the Magical Meeps. 6-0 so far in the goals, and this draft could be the end of the first game.
It could be, and I think it's fine, actually. This Rasmus is forced to deny this CTL, but it doesn't feel that bad. Like, this X still has 1-2 primetime rapid fire. There's so much for him to take, and I think both teams are really okay. Like, both teams are really happy with this draft, I have to imagine, except maybe Meeps probably isn't feeling too good about the CTL, but I honestly don't even know if you deny it. I think the X is just going to get something anyways. At what point do you just take something that's better on your character? I guess the Mask Blast is good, or okay on the Rasmus, but I don't...
Low-key? Like super duper low-key, I think the CTL deny killed their draft. I think they could have won here, but because the static was guaranteed, like they could have set up a situation where the static is guaranteed 1-2 or rapid fire. But because they denied CTL, they can't set up that situation anymore.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate time. Those are the kind of drafts that I really feel bad whenever I see. Because they're really hard to navigate. Like, there's no clear-cut answer, you know? So we see a lot of things that could just change the way a game goes, and you might not even realize it.
But one thing is constant, and it's the static being so reliable in the midfield. Finally, that slime catches Naga Strike. He's been so good in avoiding it so far, but, you know, in the moment, it's just so hard to navigate the situation where Lang is rushing in, the slimes are being thrown down. The reset for Ostini with the X Maximus gets one barrier, they're looking for two, goes for the KO instead, and that barrier still stands. The Glizzard stands strong, has a lot of elusives to work with, has a flip to work with now. Ling is the one who goes down now, but this barrier is not going to go down anytime soon.
I do believe Fire is not going to take a barrier here, it seems. At least not off this power play. They might translate something here, but trading 1-for-1 doesn't seem great. I think we're seeing Austin slowly be whittled down here. Oh, and, well, speak of it, he's passed. The star is a crazy feature. But he's just kind of just losing the endurance battle, right? If they don't score off this first kill they get, he just doesn't have the HP or the survivability to keep going.
Yeah, it's definitely tough here. But finally finds himself in front of the goal, but still unable to convert. The defense comes in from Glizz. Lizard laying now to the slime, trying to find a way through the defenses of Naga Strike, but Naga will hold the static. Looking for a pass up to Lang. The flip is late, and it will just go to the top side. So far, it's been 8-0, an absolute dominant performance from the Magical Meeps.
Magical Meep fans are in for a treat tonight. What is it, the Meep sweep? Is that what I've been seeing? Oh,
it's looking
wow.
like the Meep sweep. Oh my, both barriers taken in an instant. Lang rushing forward to static with the slime to the top side. Gets possession yet again. And Lizard does not even have to do anything. Just sits comfy. Make sure the second barrier doesn't go down. A KO, though, for Chikara Fire. Maybe the start of something. Eye passing to Ostini, but the static interrupts it. The slime is there. Naga Strike will not let that one pass. But the respawn is ticking down. Lang is now back. And if you're Chikara Fire, you're sweating right now because the static has cooldowns, has slimes. They're really just trying desperately get this last barrier. The strike burn from Glizz Lizard. Ostini will capitalize, but that's still not a goal.
We are seeing what looks like is going to be a pretty dangerous spot unless they manage to push Lang off here, which they have. I think Lang's safe. I don't see... Oh, the star. Every time I talk about somebody being safe, the star wipes them from this earth.
Oh, Ostini gets a strike on it, but the static defuses the bomb, defuses the situation, and the slimes are now so scary. It's overtime. Naga Strike has a flip available, will need to use it, and Ostini's down yet again. And oh, the slowdown from the primary means Naga cannot be there in time. Magical Meeps now just one game away from winning the entirety of Omega Strikers Amateur Series Season 3.
The Meep sweep, as it has seemed to be all night, they were really dominant this game. I think Lang just being so consistent up front, right? Being able to get those goals and work with the static as well. The static helped a lot too, but I think the static's real strength came from him playing around Glizzard. I feel like on defense, the static was always just there to help Glizzard get that core out, and even whenever he wasn't, Glizzard held it down just as well. Like, all around, I think the team is playing phenomenally. Like, they're all doing their own part. They're all playing around each other pretty well. And when you're playing 2v3s and you're not finding barriers or goals, you know, it makes you wonder what needs to change, right? Like, what went wrong for the side of Chikara Fire in order to not get these conversions like they needed.
Yeah,
We did see the damage coming out. There's a lot of it.
on the bright side, the next map is the Chikara Fire map pick. It is Taiko Temple, a newer map that might be a little bit different, might be the X factor they need against the magical Meeps. After that game, I'm not confident, but you know, there's always hope.
There is. I wouldn't be surprised if Chikara Fire actually swapped back to something more typical. I don't know. I don't know after that game. I think I personally would probably go and just go back to something. I think they're just not comfortable on the Vice. It seemed like there were some problems. They could get the damage out, they could get the kills out, right? But afterwards, actually translating, it makes me wonder if maybe they just go back to like a normal core control comp. You know, maybe they try to get that era in, or if they don't get the era, you know, they can play the Estelle, or you know, I do believe he has a Kai. I've seen a couple of times. I think his main pick is Estelle though.
Yeah. I really think that shifting to more of a core control focus could definitely benefit this team. The Vice, I definitely the lack of core control really showed it in that game, where even though they got the damage, they were just not getting it fast enough to the point where they could overcome that lack of core control. So if they pick the comfort picks, if they manage to play a more balanced game on Taiko Temple, especially since this is also a map that is great for that Mako goalie that Naga Strike is quite possibly going to pull out. So, you know, there's always hope.
There is. And on Taiko, I think Estelle is actually a sleeper pick. I've heard little ramblings from some of the higher elo players that Estelle on Taiko is not actually bad. That it's apparently pretty good, which is a bit odd. This isn't a map you'd think she'd be good on. I couldn't tell you why. If I had to guess, I'd assume it's because of how easy it is to line up the core and the goalie right in these corners. But we will be seeing the Estelle pick from Static, and it seems like he might know. He might know the tech.
Yeah, and keep in mind, especially if the other team picks a composition that's like a brawler here, nothing really matches that Estelle Blink as an ability on Taiko Temple. The ability to just hop on the core like that is not something that any of these characters possess except for Estelle. And in the midst of the core flying back and forth at 3 million miles an hour due to the bumpers, that's something that you can rely on. But, you know, as I say that, I realize that I was saying it in the vein of maybe that's a factor that Chikara Fire can use to come back. No, it's on the side of the magical Meeps who are looking to take the tournament right now.
Yeah, it's... The Kai, I think, is fine on this map, too. I think Kai does really well on this map. I've played it a lot. Not my favorite pick, but it does well enough. I think it actually does okay enough into the Estelle. These barriers are pretty free to take with it. You know, just hit your barrage button. You'll probably take the barrier.
Yeah, and the great Ostini taking so much chip damage. Now it's time for a power play, something that we haven't seen too much from the Magical Meeps last game. They immediately capitalize, get one barrier. It's all up to I to push forward to make something happen here. Manages to stall possession long enough for Austin to come back, but Lang, the expert strategy of interrupting the goalie instead of moving the core. It's perfect for the first goal.
You don't have to move the core if you just push the goalie out of the way.
Yeah, and you know, Flop, that's something that we might see a lot. There's ashes on both sides. Both these goalies are quite hittable, so we might see many instances of dashes, of primaries being thrown onto the goalie as the core sails by.
That is very possible. I do think, at least for the defense purposes, okay, they've cleared it, I think. But for both teams, I think the defense purposes, I do believe Blizzard is a bit of a one-up. I don't think this now has as many ways to deal with this Asher shoving you aside as this Dubu does. But and on top of it, you also throw the Estelle. It could be really rough if they get some coordination going.
Austin, no, does not strike the core in time. Does not have the reactions there. Sent to the other side of the map, but I trades before Austin can go down. A power play now for Chikara Fire. They're passing it, looking, but interrupted by Lang, who just stands in the passing lane. Lang playing it so well, forcing Naga Strike in a typical situation, taking the barrier. No barrier on either side now. And remember, the Magical Meep so far have 10 unanswered goals. Looking to make it 11 here is Lang. Not quite, but still a chance available. They're pushing forward. Naga Strike in a wide open net. A small now to Soren angle. The dribble down. Will manage to get the save, but Austin is a little too hasty on the offensive opportunity. Now it's Lang's possession again, but a bouncy score of Lang himself. What a KO.
Simple. Man, we love the bumpers in this game. The bumpers lead to some really interesting moments.
The core accelerated yet again. The snipe attempted by the static, cleared away by Naga Strike. The blink in is so valuable. That is 11 goals so far by the Magical Meeps in this grand finals.
I do think we are seeing a bit more pushback from Chikara Fire this game, though. I think, you know, it is very early, but they're kind of going 1-for-1. They're still struggling on taking the berries a little bit. But compared to last game, it seems like their core control's up.
Oh, so close. That could have been the first goal, but they're still at a massive advantage here. The Static low, forced to burn the core flip. We'll get one barrier, but that's not two. The Static now looking for the second. Wait, the Static is popping off, equalizes from a 2v3 situation. Austin now looking, but denied by the Tofu Fortress. Lang dribbling it up. Austin gets possession, but no abilities to capitalize. The Static setting it forward yet again. Naga Strike now placing the secondary down, trying to get the core forward. With possession in there, but the log blocks it. This time it's Austin with a chance. No, the roll this time. Austin finally the first goal for Chikara Fire in this grand finals. It finally comes through.
Yeah, that one looked really odd. It almost looked like Austin like scooped the core up from behind him with that dash. I don't know if maybe that's like an Asher hitbox kind of thing. I don't know if that's how it's worked. It just looked odd.
Right now, it's a bit of a faster point here as all the forwards are alive. Lang accelerating the core forwards, the Static as well. Lang again, and Naga Strike just can't keep up with all of this pressure. The midfield, oh wait a second, Blizzard creates some pressure on himself. The barrier is taken away. The flip is used. The mix-up on the timing is enough to get it past. Lang trying to use the Pat Splitter through. Wins the strike war against two. And Lang takes the first set for Magical Meeps. They're now 2 sets away.
I think we are seeing a lot of this Estelle value, and why it's so good is that you can just interrupt those. Like, he only clears out both on the barriers and the open net, right? Obviously it's strong on open net, but the Estelle will be picking up hotshot here. That's pretty normal. But I think Timeless is Timeless something you run on now?
Yeah, it is. It's very good.
It is? Okay. I knew people ran Monu, but I thought that was more like because of the damage and the size. I wasn't sure how much size itself was just valued.
What size and duration? I think it's very nice on the primary.
Yeah, I guess, especially as goalie, I can see that, where like you just throw it out and you have this monstrosity there that just eats up half the lane.
Look at that.
Oh my god.
And if Naga can put that to good use, that could be the turnaround. But as we're saying that, it's just Austin taken off the map. Lang pushing forward yet again, elusiving, not trying to take any chip damage here. And the coordinated offense just blocks off the clear angles. Lang pushing forward yet again with the primary. 2 barriers taken so efficiently for the Magical Meeps. And Lang, no stagger left, no problem. Just dashes forward for the goal.
Yeah, we saw a bit of a forward Dubu there for a half minute. He was up there at the midfield line. Thought he was going to fly. He sat down though. He knows not to overextend. That's good. I do think that's part of the reason Chikara Fire struggles so much on this defense is that Blizzard pushes up, especially on this map where it's kind of safer too.
Mm-hmm.
He pushes up, and yeah, like this wall, you know, you have to clear it out.
Yeah, looking like the old days where all of the Nassel teams picked Dubu with skates, walked up, threw down the wall.
Those were better times.
Definitely a different era of Omega Strikers, but Naga a little too concerned with the static on the bottom side. Lang is the one who covers the other angle. And Chikara Fire are now looking down an almost insurmountable lead. If this is scored, it is 2-0 in the deciding game, potentially, of this entire tournament. Laying into static still, moving up, getting the strike away from that primary. Naga trying to defend. The flip KO is good. Maybe some life for Chikara Fire here. But they'll have to take these barriers first, and Glizzlizard not going to make that easy.
Blizzard trading the wall for the last barrier. I'd say it's worth. Oh. That's a scary clear. Yeah, that was a bit of a scary clear, and it will take the barrier and maybe the goal.
It's such a tough situation for Naga Strike, right? And now on this map does have a lot of tools to work with in terms of offense. But on the defense, this static and Lang are just eating him alive, and a lot of that is due to limitations of the character, but there, it's just one missed strike on the dribble mix-up. Lang secures it, 3-0 in the second set, and potential final set up next after this draft.
It is, once again, looking like a Meep sweep. We've got a lot here. The rapid fire. I wouldn't be surprised if this Asher picks up rapid fire or extra special, maybe. Just because I think Asher ult with extra specials is just really strong. You just shove the goalie out of the way.
Yeah, rapid fire, such a powerful awakening. It's just a stat stick. It's not interesting. It just makes you so much more oppressive. And any character with a primary that is good by itself will definitely be aiming for that when it is in the awakening rotation. It's going to be so hard to deal with Ling now.
40% CDR for actually nothing. You just get 40% CDR on your primary. It's very strong, and Asher primary, is like one of the strongest out there, I think, at least in terms of brawler primaries.
Yeah. Brawler's generally not gifted with the most powerful of primaries in a vacuum, usually more combo tools with their other moves, but Asher's primary used to be even stronger, still very, very impactful by itself. Once again, going through Naga, spacing back, not letting that goal be scored, but laying on the strike war is so reliable. And, well, when you're bigger than that now, it's also pretty reliable as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Asher secondary, that damage reduction and knockback she gets is a lot stronger than I think a lot of people give her credit for. You hit that dash, and you're already pretty tanky on Asher, because you tend to go like a stagger awakening anyways. And then you throw on damage reduction, and you're actually a tank. And just there, Any other brawler has to leave, not Asher, though.
All right. Big chance for Chikara Fire. They need to capitalize, but the core immediately goes to the other side, cleared away by the Glizzard. Takes his own barrier in the process, though. Wait a second, a chance for Austin, but no, the flip will end the dreams of the push. Wait, no, another bounce. Core accelerated forwards, but accelerated the other way by the Crystal Thorns, laying in front of the goal. Wins one strike war, but Naga is there to win the next. Laying now, going in, trying to space the primary, but Naga reads the dash, clears it down. Now Austin with a chance, but a little too early on the primary means that Glizzard will just clear it away. Interrupting with the barrage, with the flip available, trying to send it in. The flip expended, but the barrier still not taken. Laying now to the top side with the core momentum. One goal stands between the magical Meeps and winning Osas.
Yeah, we are looking at what could possibly be, I believe, is a 9-0 run for Osas Season 3. It is 9-0, right? Is it 10-0?
Yeah.
It's 9-0.
It would be 9-0.
Meeps is looking dominant right now.
Oh, and two barriers are taken. Laying in position in front of the net. Has the dash, expends it. Has a primary available. Goes in. It is not scored yet. A chance for Chikara Fire. A chance for redemption. The flip available. The secondary available for Naga Strike. The snipe goes out. It's missed from the static. One more chance for Chikara Fire as Laying is dropping low. The stagger bar is finite, but Ling still continues pushing forward. The Static now left alone in the forward position. Defense will be the focus of the Magical Meeps at the moment. Glizzard, though, has plenty of cooldowns to work with. Had barely had to spend them at all in the earlier parts of this set. And the core, so scary, finding its way on the side of Chikara Fire way too often. Despite the power play. Austin, though, winning the strike war. A chance for Chikara Fire yet again. They don't want to go out like this. The core accelerated forward, saved by Glizzard. Now has to send it forward, has to find a chance for Austin, but cleared away by the Glizzard. The primary trick shot attempted, not scored. Glizzard now passing it down to Lang. The log will back them up, and the Tofu Fortress will provide insurance. Austin now in the 1v1, sends it forward. Glizzard clears it away for the millionth time. Lang now trying to send it forward, trying to close the tournament here, and the Static trying to make a chance. Lang reads the bounce, is there in the perfect spot. That is the Magical Meeps in 18-1 fashion in the grand finals. 8-0 in series wins. They will take Osas Season 3.
Yeah, Magical Meeps. Magical Meeps is looking, they look phenomenal tonight. I just throughout all the games, I think, and it shows by their record. It is quite literally a Meep sweep. Okay.
I don't think they could hear you. I pressed the add button instead
Yeah,
of the
should
prediction
I?
button by accident.
Should I keep going or should I wait for ads?
We should wait. I threw.
Okay.
I'll just throw on the replays. I can't believe I accidentally clicked on the ad button instead of the prediction button.
That goes hard.
It's so over. Well, that means we have time to set up the interview while no one can hear us. Ads aren't over
for
yet,
the next
right?
3 seconds. Yeah, we got time.
We got time. We got time.
We got time to set up the interview. Oh yeah.
Where are they? Static. Blizzard. Lang. Get in AVC. We will interview. Smile. There we go. Oh, are we back?
Yeah, we're back. Bro, you ran a 30-second ad break. That should, or whoops, that was not long.
Okay. Yeah, congratulations to the Magical Meeps. That was domination. It was not particularly close, like... What?
The Meep sweep. I mean, yeah, it was brutal. They ran through. It honestly, every time it got to him on defense, it just seemed to never go in. It never seemed to take a barrier. Even in times I thought they really should, they managed to find a way not to. And I don't think it was because of mistakes or anything. I mean, obviously, yeah, everything's a mistake. That's why they're able to save it. If they played perfect, it's not savable, right? But I think they just managed to find the defense options between Blizzard and Static in almost every situation. I think Blizzard just had permanent cooldowns up to deal with everything, you know?
Yeah, it can't be underestimated how important these maintain possession throughout the entire Grands, it felt like. And if they maintain possession, and Blizzard always has cooldowns. It's just such a good team in terms of synergy. And actually, I'll drag you to the VC. I'd rather move 2 people than move 3, so we're about to have an interview. Yeah. Let's go.
So,
yo, congratulations on winning Season 3 of Osas.
Yo, thank you.
You know, after your the Meep sweep, as your fans are calling it.
It was a bit of a Meep sweep that last game. Oh no.
Shout out to our biggest fan, Knight Latrek.
Honestly.
Yeah, so I think first of all, I gotta ask, who are you, Glizz Lizard? Because this is a name that we have not really seen in the Omega Strikers community. You appeared Your name kind of sounds like a Smurf. Who are you?
This is my main, obviously, or else I would have been able to participate. But I just kind of lurk. I don't really type in the Discord that much, but I always see all the chat messages going by. I'm a friend of Lang in real life, and I'm sure you see him in the Discord all the time.
That makes sense. And okay, so actually, both you and the Static, I think, were doing incredible on defense. Swab was calling out the absolute defensive holds and how your team just maintained core possession for so long. It always felt like you had cooldowns up. You know, is there any like strategy you brewed up? Is it just the team synergy?
Well, yeah, we've been working on our positioning and our callouts a lot. I think that's the main thing, and we just trust each other to be where we need them to be.
It seemed like it paid off. Every time I was watching you guys, it definitely seemed like y'all had it down, right? Like you knew whenever Static was there for you to get that pass, and then Static knew where he needed to take it to get it to Lang, and you know the team play was really there. I saw it, and I think a lot of other people did, and I do actually believe that is why you guys dominated as many of these teams as you did. Just because that level of team play isn't something you can really achieve without putting a lot of effort in, I think.
Yeah, playing with the Meeps doesn't really feel like playing with anybody else, and I'm really glad I got picked up.
Oh yeah, the Static. Walk us through your character picks. You picked Juno and then Estelle. The Estelle, there was a little bit of chatter about it on this map, on Taiko Temple. Any thoughts behind that?
Well, they banned my Juno and then they banned my Estelle, and I gapped them on both, if I may say. And that's basically my thinking.
All right. And Ling, you were always in there. You got staggered a million times. You got KO'd a million times, but even despite being staggered, even despite being low health, you were just always in there. You trusted your team to get in there, you know. What's it like when they're piling damage on you?
Honestly, credit to Levin Drunk for this one. In Knowledge Gap, before that, I was very timid and scared about getting staggered and KO'd. They drilled it into me, you know, just get in there, get in position, and make stuff happen. And you know, it's worked out. I think I've gone too far in that direction. I need to work on dying a little less, but it worked well enough for today anyway.
All right, and Fob, any more questions we got for them?
I don't think so. Not off the top of my head. I think we got a lot of it through. You guys played phenomenally. It was a lot more enjoyable. Honestly, I'm kind of glad y'all ran it the way y'all did. If it went any longer, I might have to go to bed. Like I'm a little tired. But you guys did great. Like ironically, I think if you guys stick together and y'all play like some weeklies, or if I don't think you can get in now, but you know, if y'all playing some weeklies, you know, maybe join in a Westy Wednesday, even if you guys aren't West players or whatever, or if we ever get Big Fish Friday back, rest in peace, and keep practicing. I think if y'all kept improving like how you are, and at this rate, like you'd be at a solid spot to be looking at like possible NASA qualifications if you guys really wanted to.
Season 4 awaits.
Season 4 awaits. Season 4 will exist.
That is our hope, to be able to make MSAO. So,
well, we'll start with NASA, but yeah.
Okay, hey.
You know, NASA's also looking scary. It's no longer like you just got in for free league. This season of NASA is so real.
No, NASA goes hard.
No, I watched it, yeah. There was a lot of really good teams. I know for sure we definitely could have made it this go around.
Before we get off track and start chatting a little too much, I'm also responsible, I'll be real. Anything you want to shout out? Anything you want to say to the people? We'll start with you, Blizzard.
I'm sorry, Chikara. It's a meep sweep.
Alright. Anything to Static?
Thank you, Odyssey, for this amazing original game, and non-binary people stay winning.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
And Lang, you can say anything. This is your moment.
Okay, there's a few people I want to shout out. First is the midfielder we qualified with, Poofed. He couldn't make it for the next weeks in the finale, but he got us here. Without him, we're not here. Shapeshifting for getting me into the game and a bit of mentorship playing with him. And then to all the TOs and casters, of course. It was a really fun tournament. I'm really glad you guys ran this. And finally, all the meat fans in the chat. I see.
Oh yeah.
That's all I got.
All right. Yeah, I know what you were just about to say. I think we're done.
Yeah, I do believe we're done. I don't think we have much else. Yeah,
Right.
I don't think we got much else.
On that note, congratulations again, Magical Meeps. Absolutely dominant performance on the day, 18-1 in grand finals. And stay tuned. See you for Osas Season 4, which might be sometime next year. We generally just start the Osas stuff up pretty soon, so it definitely won't be a wait. But make sure to do !Discord. Make sure to be in the competitive Omega Strikers Discord, where that's where everything's that's just where everything is. Just get in there. But on that note, see you next time. Bye bye. Wait, no, Flop.
Yeah.
You gotta shout someone out.
Oh, I gotta shout someone out.
Or you can not if you don't have anyone.
Nah, you know what? I'll shout out. You know what? I'll shout out Vixie, Vlad, and Snowball. For no reason, other than I've been playing like before I got picked up by Fools, but Snowball and Vixie played Westy Wednesday with me, and they were my only tournament teams. And then Vlad's in there as well because he's kind of just became we kind of became friends, and it was a bit random, but we're pretty chill. That's my shout out.
All right, after that completely random shout out,
oh yeah,
you too can find friends in the competitive Omega Strikers Discord, !Discord. And on that note, congratulations, Magical Meeps. We're signing off. See you next time.